morning, everyone. Good morning, goeiemorgen. Welcome to the. I'm not sure we're live. We're live. Thank you. Standing Committee of the Department of Transport and Public Works. My name is Ricardo Mackenzie, and I'm the chairperson of the committee. I'm going to allow the members to introduce themselves. I see everyone is in the house, although there was a request for hybrid link. I'm happy everybody decided to come in. So thank you. I'll start with my colleague on the left, Member Andrikas, and then we go around and we'll start with the department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Andrikas van der Westhuizen, member of the Standing Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Department. My name is Amamvin.
Morning, Chair, Ministers, Department. My name is Sean August, member of the Standing Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek America. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Dalen Mitchell, Minister for Mobility.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members of the Standing Committee. Tertius Simmers, Minister of Infrastructure.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Len Fourie. I'm DDG Roads.
Good morning, everybody. I'm the CFO, Chantal Smith, for Transport and Public Works.
Good morning, everybody. Chairperson, members. Gerrit van Skalkwijk, DDG Strategy.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Gavin Code, DDG Public Works.
Good morning, everybody. Deirdre Ribbenart, Chief Director, Transport Operations.
Good morning, everyone. Kyle Reinecke, DDG Transport.
Good morning, Chair, members. Yasir Ahmed. I'm Chief Director for Transport Regulation and GMT.
Good morning, Rian Wiggle, Director Fleet Finance, GMT.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jacques van Eren. I'm from Evaluation.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Khadija Hartley. I'm from Financial Governance.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Khadija Rinquist, and I'm from Financial Accounting.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mujahid Solomons. I'm from Management Accounting.
Good morning, everybody. Rivka van der Voort from Management Accounting.
Good morning, all. Joey Pillay, CD for Public-Private Partnership.
Morning, everybody. Andrea Campbell, Chief Director, General Infrastructure.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Richard Peterson, Expanded Public Works Program.
Good morning, all. Ramesh Maraj, the Chief Director, Strategic Management and Operational Support.
Good morning. My name is Shane Hindley. I'm in the Immovable Asset Management component.
Good morning, Renai Kok, Chief Director, Health and Education Infrastructure.
Good morning, everyone. Pauline van der Merwe, Chief Director, Supply Chain Management.
Good morning, everyone. Shafida Andrews, Chief Director, Financial Management.
Thank you very much. And the two colleagues at the back there, please.
Morning, Chair. Vivian Langford, Manager, Auditor General's Office.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, everyone. It's Ntombanyo Zamela. I'm the Senior Manager for Auditor General.
Thank you. One of our members joined us also this morning. Can you introduce yourself, Honorable?
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to both the ministers, the department, and the public, and the members. My name is Member Makamba Puj.
Thank you. And on my left, I got my two colleagues who works with me on the committee, Johan and Mfundo. Thank you for joining me this morning. This is the A team working with me. I'm going to hand over straight to the minister because I know that he has a conference to address, but he's going to come back immediately after the conference. So, Minister Mitchell, I hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you very much, and I thank you for noting my apology. I will be back as soon as I've delivered the address, and then I'll be happy to ask questions. And I'm sure there's lots of questions based on what's happened the last 24 hours. So can I please ask the committee if there's any questions relating to that. or in the public transport space to hold off until I return. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, we can start with the opening remarks on the report, and then we'll continue. Yeah, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I know for the committee, it's a bit unfounded to have two ministers attending the same meeting, but obviously things are changing. Chairperson, it is said that when a person or a country finds itself in a valley of despair, we tend to seek ways to carve out hope out of the same mountain which we find ourselves in. Now, Chairperson, the 2021-2022 annual reports for the Department of Transport and Public Works and its trading entity, the Government Motor Transport, or GMT, continues to show that what clean government, accountable leadership, strong technical competency and dedicated civil servants mean for the delivery to the citizens of South Africa. A glimmer of hope that the government can actually still deliver for its people. Countrywide, the issue of how taxpayers' money is spent and how effective government is continue to dominate the headlines, especially given the dire picture that the Auditor General's report shows. It is a challenge that has become endemic in South Africa and one that occupies the minds of policy and political leads alike. It is thus no small feat that this department yet again achieves a clean audit, once again reinstilling that hope in a competent government. For the 2021-22 financial year, the department has obtained no less than its 10th consecutive clean audit report. I need to repeat that, its 10th consecutive clean audit report, and has spent 98.8% of its allocated budget. Indeed, a feat that no other provincial department can rival in the other 8 provinces. This performance must, Chairperson, however, be seen in context, which I will explain now. Today, by and large, we have come to live with COVID-19. But we must never forget that the pandemic has had and will continue to have, for the foreseeable future, a devastating impact on society and especially the poor and the marginalized. The state of our economy remains largely depressed, and the effects of suppressed demand has had a profound impact on the construction industry. The rise in criminal activity in both the transport and, as of late, the construction sector through extortion and mafia-like behavior, which ultimately started, especially in the KZN, has now found its scintillating fingers in the Western Cape, and we have seen this emerging slowly but surely. It is clear that business as usual will not allow us to overcome the challenges we face. It is through true grit, determination and willingness to take the bold steps that the provincial government has put in place mechanisms that start to tackle these complex matters. The Department of Transport and Public Works has historically not shied away from such challenges, and members will recall that even at the height of the pandemic, it launched such innovative partnerships such as the Red Dot and the Red Dot Light programs, which spoke directly to the health and dignity of the citizens of our province. Building off the back of that partnership, the department has launched the Blue Dot pilot program, which my colleague, Mr. Mitchell, alluded to, which aims to drive profound behavioral change within the public transport space, specifically the minibus taxi industry, and to assist that industry to reorganize and formalize itself. Who could have foreseen, Chairperson, a taxi industry voluntarily making its fair share contribution to the revenue services, and as such, plowing back into the fiscus and society at large in our province? Members to this committee would have read in the foreword of this annual report that work is underway to create 2 separate new departments, one that focuses on mobility and another one that focuses on infrastructure. Hence, you had 2 provincial ministers here this morning. It is trusted that the excellent work done by the department up to now will act as a springboard for further innovation as we sharpen our focus on those 2 very important areas. The reason I bring this bring the future focus into this, my opening remarks, is that the basis for the sharper focus has already been laid in the 2021-2022 financial year. On page 18 and further on the annual report, members will see the partnerships and the specific interventions we are driving in fundamentally changing the Today, I'm very glad to report that some of the stumbling blocks that has held us back to give effect to some of these critical interventions are being resolved at national level. Together with our human settlements portfolio and focus, we are poised to bring about real change in the lived reality of the Western Cape citizens. It would, Chairperson, be remiss of me to not reflect on some of the key challenges that we experienced during the reporting period and which are likely to remain key detriments into the future. The state of the national fiscus and the funds allocated to key infrastructure projects remain a serious concern. While attempts have been made at a provincial level to smooth out the infrastructure budget, thereby giving a bit more of multi-year certainty, the magnitude of funding is not sufficient for us to have a positive balance between prioritizing new infrastructure over the maintenance of existing assets. In equations such as these, something has to give. Minister Mitchell alluded to that in his opening comment. In the roads environment, we focused on prioritizing those roads with the most vehicle kilometers and those of the highest economic and socio-economic importance. Inevitably, a road somewhere in one of our constituencies across this province, which is important to its users, is not getting the attention that users feel it deserves. Prioritization, that is key. Honourable members, this is the conundrum that government and departmental decision makers face every day. Through having built and having been steadfast in its commitment to do so, the requisite technical capacity and competency, leadership and organizational ethics, as well as the systems and processes that inform effective decision making, the department has done, I must say, an admirable job under very, very challenging circumstances. This is at the heart of effective government, a government that delivers hope. There are no easy fixes or miracle cures, is the reality for all of us here. I trust that this committee will continue to play its important oversight role. And I wish to thank members for their support for some of the key programs and projects. Today provides an opportunity to reflect on progress on some of the key interventions of this department. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opening remarks, and congratulations to the department on 10 years of clean audit, and to all the officials who's been involved in the 10 years. I know you've seen a few executive authorities, but the department has been stable. So thank you to all the officials and to those that has been around for the last 10 years and the preceding years that enabled 10 years of clean audit. So please express your gratitude and thank to everybody that has been involved over the last 10 years and before that. It's really appreciated. Colleagues, any opening questions on the forward or the introduction by the Minister? Honourable van der Westhuizen, see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. We are used that the HOD normally attends these meetings. Nobody introduced themselves as acting HOD. Perhaps if we could just get clarity.
Yes, maybe you didn't hear the Mr.
Chair, sorry, I introduced myself, but I forgot to add that I'm also the acting HOD.
HOD Gooch is overseas. I think she's on training at the moment. Yes. Comments or questions on the opening remarks? Excellent, nothing. Colleagues, then let me just give you some guidance how we're going to go forward. We're going to start on section A. We're doing page 1 up to page 142. So if you ask your question, please, for ease of reference, also indicate which page number you're on to make it easier for the relevant officials to reflect and respond accordingly. To ensure that we give everybody a fair chance, I would like to keep the questions to 3 questions per member. And then after that, we'll go a second or third round as we go forward. And obviously, first opportunities will be follow-up questions. So if we do, we start with an annual report on page 1 up to page 142. So if you can ask your questions on that, including the forwards that's written there. See Member van der Driksens, van der Westhuizen is first off. And then can we go on down the line? Members, are you comfortable with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the promise that we'll have more than one round of questions. So the first three for me is on page 9. I've often found that organizational change can lead to service delivery challenges. My question is, to what extent have those negotiations between the departments and the, can I call it, division of responsibilities, the responsibility for budgets, etc., to what extent have those talks already progressed? Will we be ready by, can you assure us that we will be ready by the end of March for a complete split or realignment of the responsibilities? Then, Chair, in terms of the long service awards, we're told that the report says that it had to be postponed due to COVID-19, which one can understand, that it would be happening in this year. I know for many staff members, it's a real achievement. And my question is just, to what extent have we been able, or have we been able to catch up with that delay in having that function? And then on page 11, Chair, I think the one interface where many members of the public need to experience service delivery is with the renewal of vehicle licenses. Now, I do know that we use agents, our municipalities often as our agents to take this. And my question is, to what extent are we monitoring the quality of service? And by quality of service, I mean the lengths of the queues that people need to manage in order to renew their car licenses. And if I may say, on a personal note, Chair, I've tried an app which was developed by Stellenbosch Municipality. I found it extremely frustrating. It wouldn't read the barcodes on my ID and the barcodes on the existing car license and so on. I gave up on that and I went back to the road traffic management, the NATIS system. I applied last Thursday and my 2 vehicles licenses were delivered by courier at a fee of 99 Rand on Monday. Which I think was an excellent service. Previous experience wasn't that quick, but I believe that may be a loss of income to the Western Cape. If everybody's now going to rather use e-NATIS than to go and queue at their local municipal traffic desk. So my question is just, are we prepared for perhaps a migration? Because I do see that we have, unfortunately, in terms of motor vehicle licenses, not shown the kind of growth that we expected. While we are over in terms of actual collected amount, we dropped from about 60 million over to about 20.5 million over in this financial year. So I am concerned that the public may be starting using alternative venues. I heard of FNB clients that also use the bank to renew their vehicle licenses, etc. And since this is by far the biggest income source, as we see there on page 11, I am concerned that unless we're innovative and unless we monitor the quality of service at our municipal traffic offices, that we might be forfeiting an enormous income, important source of income for the province. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On van der Westhuizen. Chief Scopa.
Very much, Chairperson. First, Chairperson, you said we can two.
Yes, sir.
What right through. Like to acknowledge and give credit to the department to do, so they actually at the same time talk more about it that in the afternoon. But then also, I think it's quite encouraging even forward that is department really put the interest of part of the center activities. Now, I just want to check this issue of right through the Section A. Now, of course, we know through the, I will say, rumors as well, is that oh, no, no problem. No, okay.
Okay with that, Honourable Member, because I've also got questions for the year under review and what is the plan forward. So I also would like to give him the opportunity to assist us, and because I know he's been working on that for a long time, the last 18 months. Thank you.
Chairperson, you've completely disorganized my
Sorry.
my line of questioning, but that's fine. Let me reorganize myself and then I can. No, it's fine. I do have quite a. Now, one of the issues there, especially and right through the on.
Can you just speak? Is your mic? Somebody's sent me a message. They're watching on YouTube. They can't hear you. Yeah.
Now, the issue, if you look on page 8 on the overview of the operation of the department, there is something mentioned there about the specially transformed province. Something that I always raise that I said that as the Department of Transport, we seem to be more concentrating on transport while we are transport and public work, but now we've moved. But I always felt that the area of public work, which is the use of provincial government land as well as provincial government buildings for purposes of achieving spatial transformation, I think it's most of the time overlooked. But I see there's been mentioned, I think right through the report, of spatially transformed province. Maybe can there be some explanation and examples of where this has already been done? Because I've always been even asking questions where are there any pieces of land that the province has made or buildings that the province has made available for purposes of achieving not only spatial integration but socio-economic development. But again, most of the time the answer I will get is that the province want national land. But I know there are land that belongs to the province, there are buildings that belong to the province. Can this be used for purposes of social integration and socio-economic transformation as well? Now, then the next question I would like to ask is on the issue of, I think it's on page 12. Details of tariff charged by the Department of Transport and Public Works. The second bullet there, it talks about impoundment fees, and it says these are governed by National Land Transport Act. Maybe it might be good if we can just get some brief explanation. How much are these fees for, do impounding fees for minibus taxis, for buses? Do you also have some of those? And how do they compare these to other provinces as well? If maybe you might have had a comparison of that nature. I think For now, I'm going to stop there, Chairperson. I will wait for the second round.
Thank you very much. Remember?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've got a number of questions, but you've just allowed us for 3 questions.
In this round, we'll get to the morning, don't worry.
Okay. The first question that I have, Chairperson, is on page 10, pertaining to the electric vehicles. I want to know if the entity has its disposal in line with the Green Initiative. That's number 1. And number 2, on page 14, does the entity conduct auctions by itself, or does it use the services of the third party? And then my third question, Chairperson, is on page 8 again, where the department speaks about the creation of specially transformed province in which residents live in, which is connected, vibrant, climate resilient, and sustainable locations, and the list goes on. So my question there is, I want to know what is the department doing to make sure that this vision of speciality transformed province is achieved. I get the gist of the vision. However, I now want to know practically and factually, what is the department doing to achieve all those things that are listed there? For example, for people living in sustainable locations and moving around on a safe, affordable, and low carbon transport, public transport. Because at the moment, we know that majority of our people, poor people, are not living in shacks and formal settlements far from the main area of economic activity and continue to use expensive transport, which they cannot afford on a daily basis. I think I'll pause there for now, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba. Honorable August.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I would firstly like to say thank you to the department for the work that they've been doing over the year. And for 10 years, the clean audit, we welcome that. I want to ask, I know I need to keep it to 3, so you don't know which one you want to ask first. So let me go to, I want to speak about the golden arrow. We've seen, and thank you, I know that they've put cameras in the buses to see the incidents that happens in the Golden Arrow bus. But I've seen video footage where, even though the cameras are there, that there's still robbery on the Golden Arrow buses. Is there any plans for safety for the commuters using the Golden Arrow bus? And have we had any conviction or arrests where that's concerned? That's the first one. Second one, we've got the Go George and the My City operating in the 2 areas. Is there any plans that we will be rolling out in the rest of the province, and where? As we look at major towns in different districts. So are we planning on rolling out something like the Go George for transport and mobility in those specific towns? And then just also, third one would be about the Conradi. We've delivered quite a few housing opportunities to the families in Conradi. I'd like to know how far is the planning with regards to schooling in the area? Is there any schools that's going to be built? Seeing that public works or infrastructure is now speaking the same language. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. My question is going to be on page number 14. My first question is on the program number 3, transport infrastructure. At the bottom, it says several municipalities did not finalize the planned infrastructure projects, etc., etc. Can you just share with us what happened? What was the discussion with the municipalities, and why did they not submit it? And then on program number 4, with regarding the underspending to City of Cape Town for the improvement of the public transport policy, again, we just want to know why has that happened. I mean, what was the reasons for that not happening? And then I'd like to actually skip my other ones and go to program on page 15, specifically under transport regulation, the Safely Home Road Safety Marketing Campaign. How effective is our Safely Home campaign? You know, we see these videos on social media, but how effective is it? Has there ever been, and the B part to the third question, has there been a monitoring tool? See, we've spent X amount of money. This is the public value or return on investment that we've got. And that same amount, so I don't have to ask that question again. The C part to that question links to page 203. No, there's a C part of the question, Honorable August. Spelly scalar me. Page 203. It says there under the contract payment project program 6.E5, strategic services for the provision of strategic, technical, and management service, etc., etc. So you all know where I am right now. Total number of consultants were 2, the value in contracts 33 million. Now specifically because the last line in that column it says is, in terms of safety, home and district safety plans. Understand it's a 3-year project. So I don't sure how this 33 million links to the 5 million. Is it part of it? Is it an additional amount? Is it a portion of it? And again, I'm just more interested in the public value of this. Has we done an assessment on the public value on spending this kind of money on our safety home programs? Thank you, Chair, myself. And I'll hand over to the Minister and the Department.
Obviously, Chairperson, where it's relevant through the acting HOD, will then relay the responsible individual to answer. But I think in terms of spatial transformation, because that touches on the component of infrastructure, which is crucial, and 3 of the 4 members specifically asked in terms of spatial transformation, the use of government land and obviously buildings as well. But then also examples of what we as a department can give to you. And I want to thank Member August for actually touching on Conradie Park, which is the better living model, which is where the Department of Transport and Public Works, together with the Department of Human Settlements and the City of Cape Town, obviously with the national government through various grants, is a showcase of how we can optimally utilize provincially owned land to create various programs through the housing program itself, to ensure that we spatially integrate communities from different backgrounds. There's 427 units of social housing, which is a rental option, which is 100% occupied. And the bulk of those beneficiaries comes from various areas across the Western Cape. So that's one component of how we are spatially integrating people from different backgrounds. Then you also have the help and buy a home of this component of the Conradie site itself, which for the first occupancy of the FLISP units have occurred in the month of October. 207 of the 216 units have been occupied. Once again, I've met some of those beneficiaries. They come from different backgrounds. They do different types of work. And I think they come from different age cohorts. So once again, spatially integrating people from different backgrounds across the City of Cape Town who are seeking opportunities. But where the specific site is allocated, the chairperson, it is connected and it's close to transport routes. It's close to all amenities which these individuals want. I know that on my site visit a week ago, the construction of the first school is about to commence in due course. There is a second school planned as well, so there's going to be a primary school and a high school. But in terms of social amenities, there is a functional creche already functioning there. And at the social housing units, we also have availed at the ground floor spaces which some of the local residents are using actually as SME or shops, which are already being utilized. I mean, I visited some of these individuals. So everything that one would seek to see in a new development where we are utilizing provincially owned land, I must say, where it addresses the issue of housing, it addresses the different formats of housing needs, but also other modes that is going to happen there as well. Obviously, the plans moving forward, you are going to see open market units being constructed in the next cycle, but also the construction of a mall, once again, creating and bringing opportunities to our people in that specific site, because that is, in terms of the way that the provincial cabinet sees it, how we see the blueprint of settlement development and how we see the optimal use of provincially owned land at scale to ensure that we deliver on our mandate to spatially transform the Western Cape in a sustainable manner, once again, to the optimal use of land, but also to the various grants at our disposal, but in partnership with the private sector, because I must say, the main contractor that's developing at Conradie is doing it at a scale second to none, given it's less than 3 years, and look what I can account for. and which tells you where the partnerships are key. It's another form of how we can, at an accelerated pace, by utilizing and sweating our assets as the provincial government, at an accelerated pace, deliver on our mandate to transform the Western Cape, but in a sustainable manner for all of our people. I'll hand over for the rest of the questions. Thank you.
Chair, I'm trying to go down the list and see who we will answer. The very first question was about the refresh mentioned in the report, so I will ask her to answer.
Thank you, Chairperson, members, and specifically Member van der Westhuizen. If you allow me a little bit of leeway in answering your question, as be mindful that the annual report that we are having in front of us only covers a certain period of time. Mindful that when the Premier announced the plans in terms of how the provincial government wants to reorganize itself to speak to the challenges that are manifesting itself in and around us, that was made on the 15th of February, and the annual report only covers the period up to the end of March. So the approach that has been followed by the teams with dedicated support offered from the Department of the Premier, both from organizational development as well as the general support, was to first start looking at what the vision is, what the key actions are, what the focus areas would be in response to those areas identified by the Premier, and then to start with dedicated processes to start aligning how to give effect to that, including what the structural permutations would be that best speak to that. I think as we will then cover the next annual report cycle, we will give detail in terms of where we are with that process. Suffice to say that quite a lot of work has happened over the last couple of months to give effect to that, and that the aim is still that by the 1st of April, we will have 2 fully functional departments that actually and proactively drives the realization of the vision that the Premier has expressed. Thanks.
Chair, the question about the long service awards will be answered by Chantal next to me.
Thanks, Chair. So as far as the long service awards are concerned, they're scheduled for the last week in November in Cape Town. The number of people that we're talking about, you will find on page 22, but it's definitely scheduled for the end of this month. Thank you.
Chair, then through you, then the other question of Member van der Westhuizen was about the monitoring of the quality of service license fees. That Kyle.
Can I get clarity on that, on the question, please?
Thank you, Chair. It has been my personal experience, and many of my colleagues and friends have complained to me that they find it extremely onerous to go to a traffic station and to stand in long queues in the COVID time, quite often outside in the sun, respecting social distancing, just to renew a car license. And then we were looking at alternative ways of doing that. And I have found the easiest way to go onto the eNatus online system. Strangely enough, they don't expect of me to upload my ID every time. They don't expect of me to upload my proof of address, all things that our service desks are insisting on. And as I've said, for a fee of 99 Rand, I was fortunate that I could renew last month's and this month's vehicle license simultaneously, and it was delivered to my house within 3 working days. And I am concerned that since 1.9 billion or something like that is what we have in revenue, that we would be putting our own revenue source at risk if we don't match the service level of the national entity. In many other provinces, people are going to the post office to renew, and they are going to the to First National Bank to renew their car license, etc. And it seems to me as if in the Western Cape we've stuck with our municipalities to give us that service, but they earn an income from that. But and I can only go to Stellenbosch, it's my impression, to renew my car license. If people tell me Caledon is much faster than Stellenbosch, I can't travel to Caledon, to renew it there. And I'm concerned that the Western Cape may be jeopardizing its own future income and a huge source of income, unless we say to the municipalities, but your average waiting time should not exceed 15 minutes, for example. Otherwise, we're going to warrant the local post office or postnet or whatever to take over this service. Because the municipalities, I believe, have been, can I call it messing around with us? They've, because we're forced. They've got a monopoly almost. And they had until now with NATIS giving us an alternate.
Thank you, Member. My colleague here, Yasir, will answer that one.
Thank you very much, DDG. And thank you through the chair to Member van der Westhuizen for the question. There are two parts to the question. So the first is with regards to the service levels at municipalities. And for that, there is a project that we undertook with municipalities looking at all three of the agency functions that they perform on our behalf. It's vehicle registration, the one that you've referred to now, driving license testing, and then also the vehicle testing. So there's a process underway where we're looking at all of the service levels that we require of the municipalities where they perform those agency functions on our behalf. We've put the project on hold slightly because there is an initiative at the national level. The national DOT is in the process of developing service levels for all provinces where the agency functions are performed by municipalities. Example that you made of saying that the waiting time should be X number of minutes, though that project is underway. Again, it was slightly delayed because of COVID, and municipalities also are in the process of rebuilding that capacity or catching up on backlogs that there may have been. So the process of reviewing our service level agreements with municipal agents is underway. We do have inspectors who go and assist municipalities or inspect municipalities for all three of the functions. I'm not sure if Member van der Westhuizen is aware that we also have a walk-in center on the corner of Loop and Dorp Street, where you can also go and renew your vehicle registration. That is run by our department. But even in that case, the fee that is due to the municipality as an agent, we still pay to them. And also with the RTMC, the systems, which is the second part of your question, I can assure you that the RTMC, that additional amount that you pay, that accrues to the RTMC for the development of NATIS, for the development of the app, which they presented to us at a CCGMT meeting a couple of weeks back, almost a month back. And it does work well, but it does not put us at risk of losing the income. In fact, the municipality still gets their portion, and the bulk of the income generated from vehicle registration still accrues to the province. So we get, the agent gets about 12%, and we get the rest of the vehicle license fee. So there is no risk of us losing that money to the RTMC. That is the understanding with the RTMC. So they will continue to improve on the systems, and of course we do give our inputs to that development process to the RTMC as well.
Chair, there was a question about the impound fees asked and the amounts for traffic, for taxis and for buses, and how we compare how much the fees are and other provinces. Either Advocate Reineke again or Mr. Ahmed.
I can tell you that the fees for being off route, you have operating license, and you're off route is 2,500 Rand. If you do not have an operating license and you caught performing the service, your first offense is 7,000. If you are caught a second time, your impound fee is 10,000. And if you caught a third time, your impound fee is 15,000 Rand.
I think that the B part to his question was, how does it compare to other provinces?
I think we are the highest impound fees. And this was an initiative that started in 2010. It was aimed at deterring off-route and illegal operations. What is happening now at the national level is the discussion to kind of to make sure that it's standard across all provinces. So that discussion is underway at the moment.
There are no questions. Then there was a question about plans for a school in the Conradi development, which I think Mr. Pillay will answer. Oh, sorry, Minister. Sorry, so most of the questions about the spatial development, I'm just going to skip them because Minister answered them unless there were, there are follow-ups. So then there was a question about safety on the Golden Arrow buses and whether it'd be rolled out to other towns. Which Deidre? Please pick up.
I think if we look at the numbers of before the installation of the tech, it's indicative of the success rate. Before, we were looking at numbers like 23 a month robberies happening on Golden Arrow. After the installation of the tech, we were looking at numbers, and I'm just looking at the end of last financial year, of 4 robberies per month. So it's a massive decrease in the amount of robberies that happened on buses as the result of the installation of the tech. To date, there were 11 arrests, which our tech was responsible for the identification, etc., and so forth, of the perpetrators.
The second part was, when August was asked, was you going to roll out to other cities or other towns? Or I know Golden Arrow obviously only operates here, but I think you're just trying to get this assistance part to others. Pardon me, right?
No. My other question was the rollout of like the Go George and the My City. Is there any other plans to roll out in other towns?
Thank you, got it. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, through you. The Go George in My City is what's termed a BRT type model, and it's fairly expensive, remember? So what we've done is conceptually looked at every district in our province in terms of rolling out similar types of services, but because the cost is so it's fairly expensive from an infrastructure perspective. Operationally, it's quite expensive, so that's why we've looked at alternative models to the sort of historical My City, Go George type of model, and hence the blue dot. How do you improve public transport services at a lower cost? The national grant that pays for these kinds of public transport programs like Go George and My City, so the public transport network grant has been reduced. So rolling out that kind of service anywhere else is just not possible now.
Chair, there were 2 questions which I noted down as 7 and 8, but I didn't quite get the question, but it was about GMT and electric vehicles. So may I just refer to Mr. Ahmed? Follow that up.
Thank you very much, Acting HOD, and through the chair. I think the member was referring to the GMT annual report on page 10, so I've just looked at that. With regards to the electric vehicles, the question was whether it is aligned to the green paper. I can say yes. There is a strategy document that we've actually produced for the rollout of electric vehicles in the Western Cape government fleet. And that strategy sets out to create an ecosystem for electric vehicles, looking not just at the procurement of vehicles, but also looking at the infrastructure for charging, as an example, and also aligning to national and also provincial initiatives to reduce carbon emissions. So that EV strategy can be made available. It is on, I think it is on our departmental website. And it does confirm that there is alignment with other national and provincial initiatives to reduce carbon emissions. And then there was a second part to that, also referring to the GMT annual report, the assessment that is done between the GMT costs and costs of other vehicle hire companies. It is done in-house. It's done by our own finance team. We look at the websites of vehicle hire companies and compare our pricing with their pricing, but also considering all of the add-ons that GMT provides to our clients. And that is what we try to then do in each one of our annual reports to show the comparison. Sorry, Chair, and also we do it quarterly. We do check quarterly.
Yeah, continue.
Sorry, Chair, there was a third part of the question through you to Yasir. It was, what is the department doing to achieve the vision of GMT? Each one of the elements as they are explained in the GMT in your report.
Sorry, Chair, through you. I didn't catch the question.
Okay. So we're jumping reports now, but yeah, you can continue. That's not your fault. It was a question, so you're answering the question, so I understand. You can.
So the question is, what is the department doing to achieve each one of the elements as they explained in the GMT vision?
In the GMT vision?
Yes.
Chair, specifically around the infrastructure for electric vehicles, we do have very close cooperation with our Public Works branch, Advocate Code. In fact, there is a Green Building Council convention that's happening at the moment where GMT has also been invited to come and present our EV strategy. So when we talk about the vision for rolling out specifically electric vehicles, there has been consultation, not just within our department, but across all of the Western Cape government departments, as well as some national departments, on how we achieve that vision for introducing electric vehicles in a holistic manner and creating that ecosystem that is required to successfully roll it out. Thank you, Chair.
You can continue.
Yeah, let's go over then to your question about the municipalities and their plans for transport infrastructure. That particular one, you would have noticed, or you will notice that it's basically an annual recurrence in our reports that municipalities do not fully claim their subsidies. Now, to explain that, let me first say that the roads, the proclaimed road through a municipality, the reason why province proclaimed the road, we also call it a subsidy road sometimes, is because province has a certain interest in the road, or has a big interest in the road, because it normally carries most of the traffic on it, is traffic that goes through the town and not really to the town. And for that reason, we call them, or we proclaim those roads, and we call them subsidy roads, because for their maintenance or their construction, the department then subsidizes the road. But the road still remains a municipal property and a municipal road. So if there's a reason to do something to the road, or if the road needs to be rehabilitated or resealed, then it is actually the municipality. It is their project, and they appoint the consulting teams, and they do the designs, and they put out the contract, and then we subsidize it. Now, it's always that problem that the municipality does not want to commit themselves unless they're sure of the money, and we do not really want to commit the money in the budget, because there's a very long lead in procurement. So we have this problem every year that if they start doing the job, unfortunately, with a rather big infrastructure project, if it's a very small thing, then it doesn't really matter. But if it's a big infrastructure project, then the lead times to get a contractor on the ground for the municipalities is just as long as for us. It sometimes takes a number of months and up to a year before they really have. And then as the projects, are put into place, then it often happens that they do not spend enough money in the period that is left over to claim their full subsidy. And that is basically why there is a rollover every year. What happens is the money, if the project is committed, then we apply for a rollover of the money, and then the money will be rolled over into the next financial year, and we will then give the municipality the money there. So it's if we say the plans are not ready, it's basically because the process takes so long. I don't know whether...
We're not change the words in the annual report because it's consistent every year.
So, Chair, the one thing that you do notice is when Minister Simmers gave the introductory remarks, he spoke about this percentage spend of the department being 98% as opposed to the full spend. The reason for that is this particular point. The money for municipalities, we can't spend on anything else. So we give it back so that in the next year, when they are ready, they can get that money. So it's not like the money is lost or we use it for something else. We can't do that. So that's why you don't see the 100% spend, because it's budgeted for municipalities for this kind of subsidies. So if they're not using it, we give it back. And in the next year, we budget again for it. If they're ready by that time, then the subsidies are paid out to them.
Chair, I must add that you will find in the report there are also tables of smaller amounts going to municipalities which are not spent, which we give for routine maintenance, like filling a pothole, which but if they don't use it, then obviously we can't pay it over. So there are guilty municipalities, and you will find a table in the report, who did not claim their very meager little bit of money to do normal maintenance. Then if we can straight carry on with the next questions from yourself was about transport regulation things. I think in the safety home, how effective the safety home project is. Am I correct? And over to Advocate Reiniger.
Effective, if we've done a public value assessment to say we're spending 6 million a year or 5 million a year, this is the return on investment. It's difficult when obviously you can't measure when somebody dies, but I'm just trying to understand if we valued the value we're spending.
Thank you, Chair. And let me start by saying that in 2021, the death rate on the Western Cape roads was calculated at 19.13 based on forensic pathology data and Stats South Africa population estimates. So in other words, they measure how much deaths per 100,000 people on our roads. And our death rate at that point in time was calculated at 19.13%. Now, this is 31.2% lower than the death rate in 2010, right, where we were looking at 27.8 deaths per 100,000 people in the Western Cape. That was at the start of the UN decade of action. And it's 34.6% lower than the 2009 death rate, when Safely Home was first conceptualized. So in 2020, the one figure represents about 1,361 fatalities for an estimated population of 7,100,000. And the death rate has declined most consistently since 2009. Although absolute numbers have fluctuated, during the height of the pandemic, we saw numbers decline to 15.8 per 100,000, which represented a 46% drop in the death rate, and almost achieving the goal of the United Nations Decade of Action of achieving a 50% drop of the death rate. So I'm linking this to partially to the success of Safely Home. Now, you've asked the question about does the money that we pay represent value for money? I want to point out that the money that we do pay within that program does not represent consultancy fees only. It represents a whole bunch of other things like social media management, traditional media. There is some project management fees and program management fees in there, but as part of what we pay for is we call it a Safely Home survey. And this it tests, amongst other things, perceptions of users on the of the communities and we use that information to improve how we target our social media, how we target our media, etc., and so forth. So the Safely Home survey, which is our assessment to see how well we're doing, the reports were completed just after the pandemic, and the survey found that Safely Home's reach amongst the core target demographic of males aged 18 to 49 had attained very high levels by the end of 2019. For example, nearly 40% of pedestrian males in that demographic reported seeing the Ubakati pedestrian alcohol advert by Safely Home, was 69% of the total, that's 2,840 respondents agreeing that the ad helps convince pedestrians of dangers of intoxication on the road. Pedestrians are the largest category of traffic fatalities and now exceeds almost 50% of all fatalities. And the updated figures is showing campaign reach: 65,473 Facebook fans, 17,859 Twitter followers, and 13,100,000 YouTube followers. So further to the annual report, the competition, the completion of the filming of what we call the Western Cape Highway Patrol took place during that quarter, and the series is now run on e-reality, e-extreme, and it's going to be released over the festive season on the EMTV main channel. So I don't know if that answers your question, but just in addition, also the money was also used towards a Western Cape Road Safety Overview, Cape Metro Road Safety Overview, Cape Winelands Road Safety Overview, Central Karoo Road Safety Overview, and so we go through all the municipalities to see that we do the review of road safety issues within that particular municipality.
Thank you. And there was a B part to the question, the 5 million on page 15, that Safety Home marketing campaign. Is that part of the 36 million on page 203?
That's correct.
Is that part of
Yes, that's correct.
So then my question would be, why didn't we budget for it if you had to allocate more money, 5 million to it?
Sorry, why did we?
You've transferred 5 million to the program. Is my understanding correct? It's under environments. Can the CFO perhaps explain? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So what happens every year is when there are savings within the department, we try and buffer that program, because actually the program 4 and 5 baseline is not appropriate for the work that they do. So what we try and do is for the savings within other programs, for campaigns like these and actually important campaigns driven by program 4 and 5, we do transfer money from one program to the other to assist them in achieving some of the objectives that they've set up.
Not a standard budget item every year, you transfer savings to that program?
Yes, we do. Not just to Safely Home, to program 4 and 5. So even the GAPS Tech, for example, it was as a result of savings that we identified elsewhere to drive that particular objective, because the baseline within program 4 and 5 is not appropriate for the things that they're supposed to be doing, and there's not more new money coming in from the province. So that's the only way that we can do it, reprioritizing internally in order to assist them to achieve the objectives.
Chair, in short, if you have a bit more money, then you spend more money on publicity and the campaign.
Thank you. We're going to the second round of questions. Colleagues, was there follow-up? Remember August? Second round, okay. Okay, we're going to start at the back, then we're going to come. First the follow-up, Chair Scopa.
You raise, Chair, just as a follow-up on your question. You may allow me, because I thought that comes to environment, that was section C, and seeing that you raise it for section E.
Switch on the other mic, member, please. Thanks.
As I said, Chair, I was thinking that when it comes to environment, I was going to keep it for section E as it financial related, but seeing that you raise it, let me be opportunistic and make use of that. Just a follow-up on your question of Safely Home. I'm fairly aware of the program because I think it was launched by the time I was still in local government, I think around 2009, 2010, by the then Minister of Transport, then was Honorable Kalai. Now, I don't know whether how is it different from Arrive Alive? Because I know that national government got a program that is around road safety, and that's called Arrive Alive. Now, how is this different from Arrive Alive? And then, is it only a Cape Town program? Because I know for a fact that because I regularly drive between my destination and Cape Town, there's always, I only see one board of Safely Home, and it always reminds me of the day when it was launched. I think it's between Strand and Somerset. I will always drive to. Other than that, I've never seen any board of Safely Home anywhere in the province. So I don't know whether is it just a Cape Town program or is it also for other regions as well in the province? Thanks.
Follow-up question, then we're going to go to new questions. One that is answered. You can continue. Thanks.
Okay, so when it was launched, initially the Safely Home campaign, it wasn't as a result of the Western Cape wanting their own sort of platform. It was a result of the fact that Arrive Alive was becoming dysfunctional at that point in time. And the brand wasn't owned by government. The brand was owned by a private person, and there was a massive, I think it even landed up in a court battle for the fighting over the Arrive Alive brand. Nobody knew where it was going. So Safely Home was launched as an alternative to that. So the reality is that that's only in the Western Cape, but we work very, very closely with Arrive Alive because subsequently national government has now obtained the Arrive Alive brand. Some of the questions we are asking ourselves and will continue to ask ourselves in the future, is there a point in time where we must look at potentially closing up the brand and amalgamating with Arrive Alive? At this point in time, the brand recognition of Safely Home is so good that the question may not be whether it's one or the other. The question may be, do two brands help drive the message stronger? But these are the questions that we will ask ourselves going forward.
Thank you, Mr. August. Honourable Member August.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't know where this fits in, so I'm going to ask it here. The gentleman was referring to stats 19.13% per 100 or 100,000 people. So I know in the report there is, when I was still at primary school, I raised many currency, links, rechts, stand at the stop street, you know, that educational part of the traffic department, can put it that way. So I don't know if this is coupled to Safely Home. And then I want to ask, how are we rolling out this program? Especially where there are specific areas where there's a high number of incidents of pedestrians. Then secondly, also, I also see further my second part to the follow-up question. I also see that the internship within the traffic is there's not much spoken of interns. Are we looking at interns in terms of perhaps doing these programs to increase it? And then just lastly also, Chairperson, this Arrive Alive and Safely Home and the educational part of it, we were taught, look left, look right, look left again. Maar die kar kom van die regterkant af. Have we looked into it? Should we not look right, look left? We're first looking away from where the car is coming and dan kyk ons die kar aan. So that's what I'm asking. Are we looking into these kind of things so that we can have the pedestrians more safe on the road? Thank you, Chair. Manisu for my smiling.
I would like to explain things. Yeah, no, thank you. Can I just on this question? We're going to sit on probably no follow-up because I want to understand this for myself. The 36 million. I'm linking this to page 203, the 33,538,000, because you distinctly say in terms of Safely Home and district safety plans. And the Scopa chair asked an important question: when he drives from Plettenberg Bay to Cape Town, you only see one billboard. How is this 33 million spent? Is this the full Safety Home campaign budget? Is there additional money that we'll find out this afternoon from Scopa that's added to this budget? Just explain to us. And the reason the value for money question I asked earlier on is, are we getting value for 36 million, or should we just link up to a Ride for Life and say 33 million? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay. So let's start with the district safety plans. So the idea or the road safety idea that we are implementing, strategy, is a strategy where we take a particular geographical area, municipality, and that geographical area is then analyzed. We see what are the problems within that area. Is it pedestrian deaths? Is alcohol the issue? And we analyze what is happening in each particular geographical area. And then we develop targeted plans to deal with that. Now, it's not just we as the province. We work together with the municipalities in the area, the road authority within the area, and all people that are responsible for elements of road safety in that area. We work together also with NGO-based organizations, etc., and we come up with one plan. And that plan is then implemented within a particular area. So that's the district safety plan. As part of that district safety plan, we obviously have, because in most areas, we have what's called the death rate, the highest death rate are pedestrians. So within that district safety plan, we also have a pedestrian safety plan, which we implement within the particular district safety plan regions. So that's sort of how we tackle the problem. The Dani cut stuff and the road safety stuff it's still being done, and it is part, and it's been amalgamated as part of the program, and that happens within schools and at particular events, and when we're called to do certain things within certain schools, we do it. But we are starting to integrate what we do in the schools with the targeted approach of saying, okay, which schools do we have to target? So if, for example, the death rate is high on a particular road, we will look at what the schools are along the particular roads and target those schools because that's a higher risk area. But if that is a high risk area, what are the elements of that risk? It may be education of the school, but it also may be that there's a speeding issue there and so forth. And we'll engage the road authority about potentially reducing the speed limit there. And we'll try and tackle the problems per geographical area as it happens. Then with regards to the additional traffic officers, the interns, we have 87 in the college at the moment that is awaiting graduation. And as to how much we're going to be recruiting for the next phase will depend on the budgetary conversations that's happening at the moment with the refresh and how much budget we have. Because if we're going to bring in another 100 potential traffic officers, we need to make sure that we have the COE budget in the MTF period. So it will depend, but that question is being discussed now with our provincial treasury, and we have taken it into the budget discussions with provincial treasury. Then with the look left, the look right, or the right left, you know, I can't remember the song, but there was this new song that they have that's quite that I played for my son once, and he tells me, Daddy can't get it out of his head. But trust me that they are looking at the trends, and they are looking at they're working together with people within education to make sure that the right message gets across. I don't think it's the same as what happened when we were at school. It's been kept up. I mean, we keep up with the times. Then the 33 million. Let me get a little bit more specific. Okay, so about 5 million of that budget was spent on the Western Cape Road Safety Overview, the Cape Metro Road Safety Overview, the Cape Winans Road Safety Overview, Central Karoo Road Safety Overview, Garden Road Safety Overview, Overberg Road Safety Overview, West Cape Road Safety Overview, and a portion, additional portion, which I don't have the figure now, also was used for a district safety program. Then on program management, we spent about 500,000, project management about 3 million, social media management about 6 million, traditional media about 4 million, the Safely Home Survey about 6 million, and then there was additional money for the Western Cape Highway Patrol series. I think that is made mostly, it makes up the...
No, that's fine. We'll ask for it, and because I presume those documents, you have the overview, so we'll just ask for copies of those. Then I just want to, my colleagues online joined us, if we can just welcome our colleagues. Honorable Nkondlo Maseko, you want to introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everybody. My name is Nomi Nkondlo. I'm an alternate in this committee.
Thank you, Member Nkondlo. Maseko?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm also the alternate for this committee.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to start with the next round of questions, and we'll give you first opportunity if you wish to take that opportunity, because you didn't ask in the first round. But before we start, I saw our stakeholders also join us, just to introduce yourself for the record as well. Switch on your mic, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, everyone. I just want to ask a question pertaining to the issue of safety.
No, you may just introduce yourself. We don't. Yeah.
I'm Ngeba Enge, the first deputy chair of Sandaco, Western Province.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next.
Sandaco, Western Cape, training officer.
Thank you. No, I know who you are, but I just wanted to introduce yourself. At the moment, it's just the committee dealing with a report. And then once we've done with the report, we'll give an opportunity for public input. So thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Online member Nkondlo Maseko, do you have any questions in the second round?
No, Chair, we don't have the questions. I think the questions I have, I'll use them from 2 o'clock. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay, you're waiting for the finance part to interrogate. Member Nkondlo?
None for now, Chair.
Thank you. Then we go to the second round of questions. We'll start at the back. Member August, we go to Honorable Makamba, Chair Scopa, and Member van der Westhuizen, then myself. Thank you. Colleagues, and if we can ask you to, is it fair to give you 2 minutes per round? Then you can ask your questions quickly. 2 minutes per round, so if you do 10 questions in the 2 minutes or 1 question, it's completely up to you. 2 minutes per member. Member August.
I can't explain my question. Okay, thank you, Chairperson 1. I'm going to do it fast. Assistance to school transport, private school
Sorry,
transport.
we're going up to page 42, colleagues, up to page 42, the whole section A. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to know on that, because the Minister has spoken about refresh or fresher look at things. So, you know, there's a lot of school transport out there, bakkies, taxis, combis, etc. So how are we dealing and how are we assisting them? 2, I ride motorbike as well. So a lot of us, we do lane splitting on the highways. Is there any way where we can look at a bike lane? Because there's quite a lot of accidents that happens during the peak. A motorbike lane on the freeways, if they can one regulate, you must guide me on this, can one regulate that at certain times that a motorbike user can use the shoulder of the road also during the peak times because there's quite a lot of accidents. And then just speaking about the rollovers, and my question is the department's engagement and assistance. And this happens in the human settlements, and we've dealt with this question there. The department's assistance to municipalities and support to municipalities in general. Is there where we dive into that municipality where it's in terms of planning, because they might not have the capacity at that municipality? So in general, what are we doing as a department to engage with municipalities for projects that's being rolled over for the next year, etc.? Thank you.
That's 90 seconds. Well done. Member Makamba Force.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've got two questions. The first question is on page 9. When it comes to mixed use and mixed income settlements that are close to CBD, beside the Conradi and the founders, Garden and Louis Lope Presid, what other settlement does the department plan to deliver which are close to the CBD, because demand is currently very high? And also, how do you make sure that these settlements are affordable and accessible financially? And then my second question is on page 37 regarding the organizational organogram, as a whole. So I see there's 13 posts that remained vacant. So I want to know at this juncture, are these posts still vacant or have they been filled? And if not, why not? And then my last question, Chairperson, is probably not related to the report per se. It's about the operations that we have seen specifically in the area of Nyanga with the tax industry. We call them Amapela and all of that. So I want to know, with the department, do they engage with these stakeholders when they want to do such operations? Because it was an embarrassment what we saw, the violence that was taking place in those areas because of these kind of operations that are not known. So I want to know if from the department, what steps do they take before they engage in such operations? And yeah, so the last question, Chairperson, I think you said the minister will respond to it, the question of the blue dot tax. Will that still be the case? Okay, so those are my questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And just before the Chief's Copa goes, there's somebody missing, and now that we talk about the regulator. The TRE, are they not here? No, but your other colleague that actually dealt with Amapela the last time. It wasn't you, Mr. What's her name?
Skirka.
No, I mean the other lady that normally deals with the taxi industry.
Bernie McMahon.
Yes, where's she?
She's not normally in the session, Chair.
Oh, okay, because I've seen her with the Amapelas, that's why I'm the question. Okay, Chair Scopa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will use the 2-minute rule. Just on page 14, Chair, the program transport operation, when the understanding was mainly due to a transfer payment to the city of Cape Town. Now, when this could not be finalized, was there an alternative that was made for this public transport safety? Now, still on page 14, there's this understanding on skill development program. Now, maybe I would like to find out what might have been the cause of that. Is it because we are not getting people to train, or is it just because maybe there might have been other reasons? On page 15, there's the issue of on transport operation, public works infrastructure, the purchase of in-vehicle technology for Golden Arrow buses and the management of the public transport operation grant. Now, I would like, maybe if it's possible, there can be maybe some more light shed on that. The last question is on the organizational development, on the organizational organogram. There seems to be quite a lack of African representation in the whole organogram. If you compare it to other races, there is quite a significant lack. Maybe is there a cause of that, or they are endangered species in the department. And as you might see, even in your presence here, there's not even a single African present, on the people that we term in terms of the employment equity is African. Then if you look at the organogram, is it page 30? Page 37. Yeah, but 36, 37, maybe on 38, 39. There is a post there. On all those posts, there's an infrastructure policy strategies that is filled in by Jody Thomas, but also the same Jody Thomas is also doing health. Is one person doing the job that was supposed to be done by two people? What might have been the reason? Maybe why there is such a, and in the process, there are also a lot of vacancies that needs to be filled. If maybe there can be an explanation why two jobs is being done by one person. Thanks, Chairperson.
You slightly over, but that's okay. Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. There are some very interesting figures, and I presume that's why they've been taken up into the annual report. I refer to page 12. The first one is the extremely sharp increase in personalized special license plates, 65%. This has been around for 20 years, specialized number plates, and I was wondering why would in this 1 year we suddenly see a 65% jump in the figures. Again, on a personal note, I tried to get one, and there's no response to the email address on the internet, so I couldn't inquire whether that specific number was available. So I'm glad to see that others were able to overcome that problem. The second one that I also find very hard to believe is the decrease of 15, almost 16% in abnormal load permits. Remember, the previous year was a COVID year, or the first COVID year, the year of the deep lockdowns and the restrictions on travel and so on. So why would we now see a drop? Is it perhaps an issue of people transporting abnormal loads but not applying for permits? Because I fear that some of the abnormal loads that I see on the roads, I wonder whether they've applied for permits. And then the last one on that page is the whole issue of leasing of public property, particularly land, etc. This is now to public works. I do know that one of the huge challenges in the past was the whole issue of people that stay in provincial housing, particularly, and that just wouldn't vacate that housing or into lease agreements, etc. And some of those that I know of is, for example, in the Stellenbosch municipal area, there's Vaaldry next to Elsenburg. How come that there's very little mention of those challenges? I'm thinking of all the Bosdorpe that falls under Cape Nature, where people are occupying properties. And are you telling me that all of those, because you say the prescribed tariffs are applied, then you say government-owned buildings as contemplated, PFMA agreements are entered into. Can you assure me that all those properties do have agreements and that those people are paying, therefore, the prescribed tariffs? And what amounts do we need to write off? If you could just explain that situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I just have one question, actually, and it's on page 13, the Provincial Traffic Escort Services. And it's more related to the escort services we provided for Intercape. Is that still active? Have that been stopped? Or was that just the City of Cape Town that provided those services and not the province? Thank you, and then we'll hand over to the department. We're done with the first section.
Thank you. I will try my best to, but I think most of my colleagues already know who's going to answer which question, so maybe we can go a bit further if they can if they can follow up on questions that were specifically asked to a specific member of the team. The very first one was about assistance to school transport, and we'll start with Deidre.
Thank you, Acting HOD. Through the chair, the support that we give to school, the assistance that we give to school transport. Firstly, can I make the point that we do not support learners being transported on the back of bakkies. So when there is an application for a learner transport operating license, we do make sure that the vehicle is roadworthy and that it is appropriate for that purpose of transporting learners. And in this province, we do not issue for bakkies. Now, we do assist the learner transport industry by having workshops with organizations that are now forming to represent the learner transport operators. And we assist them with applying for operating licenses. Unfortunately, many of these learner transport operators do not have operating licenses, and some of them perhaps don't know about the requirements for operating licenses. And exactly, Ms. Bernie McMahon and her team would go out and meet with the operators to explain to them what the process entails, what requirements there are for them to be legal operators, and then also assisting them by putting them in touch with private sector initiatives like the Discovery Initiative to encourage good behavior on the part of learner transport operators and incentives for them for that. So that is the type of assistance that we provide to learner transport operators. That, of course, is very different from the learner transport contracts that are managed by the WCED, the Education Department. We're talking, if I understand you correctly, the privately contracted learner transport operators. So that's the assistance that we as a regulating authority provide to them to ensure that they are legal and that the vehicles that they provide are safe for the learners. Chair.
Chair, the question about cycle lanes on highways, I can probably ask Advocate Reyneke because it's a transport regulation matter, but it's also obviously a roads matter, infrastructure matter. And from my point, from the roads infrastructure point, then, you know, obviously one can build specific infrastructure for specific types of traffic or specific purpose, but it costs money and it creates other problems. So, for example, on a highway, you know, with 2 or 3 lanes, those lanes carry a certain amount of traffic per hour in the region of 2,000 cars per lane per hour. Now, if you do not have enough bicycles or motorcycles, you cannot afford in your whole transport flow of your traffic to dedicate a whole lane carrying, for example, 200 or 300 or 500 vehicles, where the capacity of that lane is 2,000, because you lose the other 1,500, which must then move over to the other 2 lanes. So it becomes a bigger problem than just, you know, do you want to have a cycle lane or not? It is a typical example is the public transport lane on the N2. If you have enough public transport, then you can dedicate the lane to the public transport. But it is always an enforcement problem if that lane seems to appear not to carry its full capacity. So it is a regulation issue, but it's also can we afford to dedicate the lane to just one type of traffic? You can, for example, then say, you know, you must dedicate a lane only for heavy traffic, for overloaded or for truck traffic or so. I don't know whether anybody or my other colleagues wants to add from a regulation point. If not, then I will also straight carry on with the third question, was about giving assistance to municipalities in terms of planning, etc. Again, I can only speak from the roads infrastructure point of view, that we are obviously, you know, especially with their plans that they have to prepare for work on proclaimed roads, we are only too keen to assist them and to help them and to give. And normally, if it's a big project, then we, in any case, and that's part of the subsidy regulations, that we approve their plans and that we help them with that as far as we can with our internal capacity that we have. Like colleagues, we will say, we'll give our input and we will help them and we will advise them as far as we can. In the end, it still remain their project. Famous. I don't know whether it obviously is also a question that goes wider. There are also other. So, Parrot, I want to add a sentence or two.
Thank you, Chairperson. And indeed, there is a range of assistance that is offered to municipalities to assist in, especially the planning space. You might recall from previous engagements that with regard to the transport plans within municipalities, there is direct as well as indirect support. Those municipalities that have the capacity provide funding. Those who don't, we actually assist directly in crafting the ITPs. There is various engagement groups as well within which our officials participate together with municipal planning officials, the JDMA, the IDP processes, and then of course there is continuous interaction with the transport officials of those municipalities, even when the process of the ITP reviews are underway or complete. Thank
you. There was a question about the affordability of mixed-use settlements. What other plans were there closer to the city? I think are we going to give that to Yowie?
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm that the two projects that we mentioned and alluded to in the annual report, pertaining to projects sitting right in the CBD, Founders Garden, which is opposite the Civic Centre, where near the Artscape Theatre. That's very accessible from an affordability point of view. That particular project, together with the second one, which is the Leo Loop, will be providing social and open market residential units. The Leo Loop is also very accessible. There's the My City and Golden Harrow bus routes which pass through that particular area, which is bordered by 4 roads of Bria, Leuven Street, Dorp Street, and Long Street. So that is centrally situated and will also comprise of social and open market units, which the social, of course, would be affordable as well. The third project that is also in the CBD, which is still in its infancy stage, the team that is in the unit is working on the land sort of issues. There is one centrally situated, but the two that I've mentioned, which is the Leo Loop and the Founders Garden, is in the implementation stage, which is much more further than where we are currently on the third project. Thank you, Chair.
There were 3 questions related, or that I picked up about the organogram, about number of post fills and how many are vacant, how many are filled now, and representation on it. So I will refer that question to Mr. Maharaj to answer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note that the organogram in the annual report is as of the 31st of March 2022. Secondly, is that not all SMS that work for the department are present today. So it doesn't look like there's people are not present or not here. The filling of SMS posts, if I can just go to the first page with the chief directors. Since the 31st of March, one of those chief director posts has been filled, and that is the chief director for supply chain management, Ms. Pauline van der Merwe. The other vacancy that you see there, policy and strategy integration, is as a result of the incumbent at that time being promoted as a Deputy Director General, which is Mr. Gerrit van Schalkwyk. And that post that he then vacated is in the process of being recruited at the moment. Also, in terms of SMS, we have 6 SMS posts that are in the advanced stage of being filled. So the shortlisting has been completed and quite a few of the interviews have been completed for those posts. Incumbents would be in those posts very shortly. With regards to employment equity, we use our employment equity plan, which spans from April 2022 until March 2027. It's a 5-year plan. And according to that plan, since the question was raised of applicants, the plan requires 4 female applicants and 4 male applicants to be SMS members. Currently, we have a total of 5 African SMS members, 2 male and 3 female. Considering that this is the first year of the implementation of the employment equity plan, we are very certain that we will achieve those targets going forward. Thank you, Chair.
I think perhaps we'll ask for a report on the process and where it is today, so we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, because it's not clear, at least in my view, what of these posts are filled, what is not filled, what the process is, where they are, but we'll ask for a report. Continue.
There were questions on page 14 about transport operations underspending and also program 6 underspending, which should be picked up by Reineke. Sorry if I said too far. Which one was the City of Cape Town? Maybe.
Chair, if I can respond to that question. The question on page 14 was, there was a specific allocation that was supposed to be made to the City of Cape Town for the improvement of public transport safety, and it was not finalized. And then fewer admissions to Q&I facilities, which reduced the utilization of the red dot taxi service. And the question was there alternatives? This was a very specific allocation, and it was specific or conditional to only utilization for that purpose. So the moment that it couldn't be used, we couldn't make alternatives, because that was the allocation that was given by the Provincial Treasury, and we had to return it, therefore, to the Provincial Treasury. That's the answer to that question, Chair.
Chair, there was also a question right after that about program 6 underspending, which I read on page 14. I don't know whether Mr. Peterson wants to explain or to say something more about the single sentence there. But I mean, it is quite clear it was about posters were not filled. Sorry, I'm in the wrong. Okay. Over to Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, some of the reasons for the underspending is actually explained here, but I can just add that this period under review is still, especially the early part, is still a period where we were going through the COVID times. And so with the commencement and implementation, especially taking our learners into classrooms and so on, we had to be very, very careful around that to prevent any spread and outbreak of COVID amongst our learners and our emerging contractors. And I'm actually very pleased to say that we have had no serious incident of COVID amongst our learners during this time, and I think it is part of it has to do with the precautions that we took around it. And then secondly, we also had some savings, not underspending per se, because with the COVID and so on, one of the positives about it is, of course, that we've learned to have a lot of our meetings and so on via Teams, which meant that we did not have to travel all over the province to have meetings. We could have them via Teams, and that in fact caused us to have some savings around traveling and subsistence and so on. And I think it's quite common knowledge, I think, that going forward as a province and as a country, we'll continue saving around that because of the new means through which we engage and have meetings and so on. Then just the last one we mentioned here, the challenge we had around getting our accredited service providers to tender, to bid for some of our projects. We had issues around the procurement. Some of our service providers struggled to get the right information when we advertise for training programs, and then on some occasions we actually had to re-advertise because we did not get sufficient bids for some of our training programs. But I've had engagements with my colleagues in supply chain, and going forward, hopefully, we will sort that problem out. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, the questions about the increase in special number plates income and also the decrease in abnormal load permits, that's why I will refer to Ahmed.
Thank you, Acting HOD. Through the Chair, firstly to Member van der Westhuizen, I do want to apologize for that email not being responded to. If we could, after the meeting, just if you could forward that email to me, then I will look into that, because that team normally is very much on the ball. And it shows in the statistics on the number of special number plates that we processed. If I could first deal with the abnormal loads, that number, in fact, yes, did go down. It is, to a large extent, demand-driven. The statistics for 2020-21 did also raise some questions in my mind, bearing in mind there were essential services, of course, that continued during lockdown. So there were specific infrastructure projects that continued. Strategic infrastructure, there were other applications that were processed in that period of lockdown. We do see a declining trend even in this year. If we look at the number of applications up to the end of August this year, it shows that we trending downwards still, even on the financial year that we're reviewing now. Even on that number, by the end of August, we're at 2,254. So there is a downward trend in the number of abnormal load permits that we've processed. But the year before, in 2019-20, there was a significantly higher number of applications for abnormal load permits that were processed by that team. But as I indicated through you, Chair, it is very much demand-driven. The team does try to process those as quickly as possible and arrange the escort for those abnormal loads as part of that process, and also engaging with the engineering teams where that the bridge clearance need to be checked. Then on the specialized number plates, I think one of the factors that should of course be considered with that increase is the switch over to CAA. A number of people applied for specialized plates with a CAA specific number, like a 2 number or 3 number CAA plate. But we do see an increase in that year on year. In 2019-20 again, we had the highest number of applications. It was at 36,000. In 21-22, it was 30,000. This year, it is not, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stats. This year, there's a slowdown on the number of applications, and we don't foresee us reaching that high number of 55,941 in this current financial year. So the CAA numbers can be a contributing factor for why that number spiked in 21-22. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, there was also a question about escort services and whether we provide to Intercape services. Maybe Mr. Ahmed should just deal with that one too.
Thank you, Chair. The escort services, as far as I'm aware, was done by SAPS. The City of Cape Town may have contributed to some of the escort services of Intercape, but as Provincial Department, we did not provide any services to Intercape in escorting.
If I may, thank you, Chair. I think what there was this one particular incident where at the Cape Town station, when SAPS couldn't intervene, and in the interest of the commuters or the passengers for that particular incident, they were escorted out of the CBD area until they got to leave the city.
Thank you, Minister. Chair, there was a question about the leasing of public property and the problems that we have with vacating or with people that do not want to vacate properties or do not pay their rent, and whether we solved all those problems or not, and that question will be answered by Mr. Hindley.
Thank you, HOD Chairperson. The leasing of the residential portfolio was and remains a challenge. What we have commenced with is a process to enter into lease agreements with all tenants of housing in the Western Cape government's ownership. I must also just add, since Member van der Westhuizen raised Valdrai, we have also had engagements with the Stellenbosch municipality around the Stellenbosch municipality taking over Valdrai as a township. However, there are some challenges with that because before Stellenbosch wants to commit to that, they want a township establishment to be completed, which in itself takes its own time. And then the issue around forestry villages or bosdorpe that the Member van der Westhuizen referred to. The DTPW is not involved in the management of forestry villages. It's either Cape Nature themselves directly or the Department of Forestry or MTO.
Chair, I think that I've missed out on a question regarding on page 15 regarding the purchase of vehicle technology for cabs. So if I refer that to Advocate Reyneke.
Thank you, Chair. So the 15 million described there, the majority of the funding was transferred for the management of the public transport operations grant. So annually we get an allocation of money, which is a subsidy for the Golden Arrow bus, for subsidized services. And in this case, it's Golden Arrow. And with that, in terms of the contract that we have, there is an annual escalation that happens annually, and there is a specific formula. And some of the factors that go into the formula is inflation, but other factors also include fuel, etc., and so forth. So what has been happening over the last couple of years is that the annual increase given by the national government and the formula increase were not in sync. So in other words, the annual increase is in the vicinity of around about 4 to 5%, and the actual increase in terms of the formula is around about 7 to 8%. So there's a massive difference. And then every single year, we sit with a problem that we have to reduce the amount of kilometers in the following financial year. So this is a decline in the amount of services annually that we subsidize with regards to Golden Arrow. Now, in order to find out exactly how much, I mean, so we know how much kilometers must be cut, but to determine which kilometers have to be cut, we go through what's called the rationalization process, where we do surveys, we look at the numbers, and we try to rationalize the service to cause the least impact as possible. So most of the money has gone into that work with the surveys and so forth. And I think that was the question. There were other bits, for example, that went into the transport hub because we had increased costs relating to the Blue Dot project and reconfiguring the tech in order to cater for the Blue Dot project. But by and large, the majority of the money went for that, for those surveys and for the work related to the rationalization of the project. Same thing's going to happen this year.
Chair, I think there's one question left on my list, and that was about the organogram, about the face or the photograph of one person appearing in more than one place, and that will be answered. CFO.
Thank you, Chair. So the question related, particularly the example was Jodie Thomas and why 2 jobs are being done by 1 person. The explanation there is really simple, Chair. What has happened is that the previous Chief Director, Mr. Liam Thiel, retired. Part of the program at the time was that we were going to restructure or reorganize public works as a branch. That's program 2. And that was before the announcement was made then by the Premier on refresh. So the announcement by the Premier actually changed all of that. So it was a holding position for Ms. Thomas to do the policy, because the policy and strategies in relation to health infrastructure, the minimum norms and standards for infrastructure is not different to those used for education, and therefore you had 1 person do both. The same is applicable to the Chief Director, Ms. Renee Kok, that introduced herself earlier on. So she's also holding the 2 portfolios, the one for Chief Director Education Infrastructure and Chief Director Health Infrastructure. Her own position is Health Infrastructure, just like Jodie's for Policy and Strategy is Health Infrastructure, but they're taking care of, in the meantime, the Education Infrastructure portfolio, pending then the organizational redesign in line with the refresh program as it's tabled by the Premier, was tabled by the Premier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. One member, one follow-up question.
Chairperson, thank you very much. In fact, it's not a follow-up question. I think the question was not responded to, pertaining to, I've made mention that it's not on the report, but it's something that is of importance regarding the issue of the illegal tax operators. I wanted to know what is the department doing to avoid incidences that lead to violence, because the operation that took place in Nyanga area and other areas in September, it was really unacceptable. So I want to know, why is the department reactive instead of being proactive, and find ways of making sure that there is constant monitoring on the road to cap the issue of illegal drivers that are on the road. So I want to know what is there for the department to make sure that what happened there does not happen again, because we know this thing happens all the time It's not even this year. It happened many times ago, but what is it that the department is doing to make sure there's constant monitoring to avoid these kind of operations that leads to buses being tortured and people being murdered and having to go through the issues of violence. So I want to know on that particular Chairperson.
Thank you. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And my reference to Valdrive was just one example of what I believe are many properties belonging to province where we have people that are occupying those properties. And my question was, can you assure us that there are lease agreements as per the PFMA for all of those, that people are adhering to those lease agreements? And if not, what actions are you undertaking? I mean, passing on Valdrive to Stellenbosch municipality is trying to get rid of a headache before you yourself have been able to resolve that headache, it seems. And that is my concern, Chair, that there are many such properties. The second concern is that sometimes there's a government department that's supposed to take responsibility of that building, but then suddenly they disused it. They feel they no longer use that building, and I've got cases where, you know, then the building gets vandalized, etc. And we've got some examples also from the National Department of Public Works, where unfortunately some of those houses are within well-established neighborhoods, and now they've become hiding places for vagrants, etc. So what is in place in the Western Cape to avoid that kind of situation, where if a State Department no longer occupies be it a dwelling or an office or another structure, that we can assure that those assets are secured, that they are hopefully put to use? Because what we found is the moment that a public property is standing empty, you know, the next moment it gets vandalized, and we need to pick up the costs.
Thank you. Colleagues, they'll allow those two follow-up questions just to finish the section, but we're done with section A. I'm going to ask the department to respond on those two, and then we're going to go to section B. As indicated, we're starting on page 43 until page 133, and as we did very well earlier on, 2 minutes per members, but I'll allow the department first to respond to the questions that Member Makanja Botjas asked and Member van der Westhuizen. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. I do apologize. The question is not a new one. It is indeed one that I missed. And I think the correct person to answer that is obviously Mr. Shane. No, but not the last one. The one about the illegal, the taxis. Yes, here. Ahmed, Mr. Ahmed.
Mr. Ahmed, continue.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Chair, with regards to the enforcement operations that took place in September of this year and on previous occasions as well, we're talking here about what we generally refer to as the Amapela. There were operations by the City of Cape Town. I have to emphasize it. By the City of Cape Town, there were joint operations between the city and the SAPS to focus on not just operating licenses, legal and illegal taxis, but also to focus on driving licenses, roadworthiness of vehicles, motor vehicle licenses, etc. And the question of whether we engage with the industry before such operations, I think firstly, of course, it is a City of Cape Town-led operation. And I'm sure the member will understand that if there is going to be an enforcement operation, you don't want to say to, for instance, drunk drivers that there's going to be a drunk driving operation. If there's going to be an operation that is going to be focusing on illegal operations, you cannot announce it to those operators who may then just avoid that route or not operate on a particular day. But engagement does happen with Santaco. When we had these incidences of violence, we engaged immediately with the leadership. The leadership of Santaco condemned the violence. There was a statement by Mr. Hermanus to condemn the violence, the burning of the buses specifically, the attacking of police and traffic officers by individuals. I always make the point that, and Minister Mitchell always makes the point, our first responsibility is to ensure that commuters are safe, that they are protected from the violence, but also that they are safe in terms of the vehicles that they are being transported in, that the drivers that are driving those vehicles are licensed and adequately trained to drive. And for that, we do have to have enforcement operations to ensure the safety of commuters. There is, I think we can see it, there is a criminal element also that is linked to the taxi industry, that is usurping the taxi industry. I believe that the vast majority of taxi operators are decent individuals who want to make a living. We as the department have to help the legal operators to ensure that we stop the violence. And for that, we will continue to work with Santaco and the leadership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think the member understands that, but I think what the member's asking, what you do before it gets to that point. We know the City of Cape Town does enforce. We know law enforcement doesn't, and perhaps, because I know, and that's what I was asking earlier on if our colleague was not here because she was in that meeting, where she was saying what she was going to do. So I know perhaps the minister, because the minister chaired that meeting that day. What is the department, not the law enforcement part, because we know what the law enforcement does. What is the department doing to ensure that it doesn't get to that stage? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think what Mr. Ahmed introduced, or his introduction to the answering of the question, is very important, because we as a department, our focus is obviously the commuters, but also to protect the legal operators. Now, in that particular case, at that particular meeting, the team has on numerous occasions assisted the industry, and I mean, it's on record. In that particular case, the actual applications for operating licenses that was approved was not taken up by the industry, or the amapelas, as we commonly refer to. So it's not for the lack of providing the legal operating licenses. It's the amapelas not wanting to take up the licenses because they don't want to be regulated. Now, as a responsible government and a responsible department, we have an obligation to ensure that legally public transport operators are on our road in the interest of the commuters. But I also think that and I made the point at that particular meeting, the team with the ministry and the department we have an open door policy. So we consistently engage to see how we can legalize instead of impounding or reacting. So I mean that constant support. I mean, 3 weeks ago, I already made the call to the industry. I've had near the leadership of the industry. Can we not get to the festive season and then deal with long distance permits? I mean, so that kind of engagement is constantly happening. So from a younger perspective in that operation, it's not for the lack of the support, but it's the industry not wanting to, that Amapela is not wanting the operating licenses or absorbing the operating license. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then there was one more question that was outstanding from member van der Westhuizen. And while we get that member, so when you do your second round of questions 43 to 133, can you include your blue dot, the ministers here? Thank you. The year under review, Minister Mitchell. Blue dot is the year under review. So I've asked them to hold off on those questions until you arrive. So they will deal with blue dot after the last question. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Smith will start off to expand on Honourable van der Westhuizen's question.
Thank you, Chair. So let me start with a little bit of context, because I think it's important that when we answer the question that there's also just a little bit detail of where this whole thing comes from. So the context is that the housing stock is associated with workers performing jobs that required them to be on the premises. That's the context. And so therefore what has happened is, as the custodian, the department allocated housing stock to relevant departments where this need was identified, and it was for those departments to manage that particular process. In other words, even the conclusion of agreements with the relevant officials to whom those houses would go. This process was not managed adequately, and for years it wasn't the case. So you would sit with people that originally got the houses, possibly died, retired, their children lives in the houses, the children's children lives in the houses, and now this thing has spun out of control. So what has happened is those departments then comes back to the custodian, so the user department to the custodian, which is us, and hands this problem back saying, now you need to sort it out. The problem with it, as you know, is you can't simply go and tell people, well, you've lived in this house your whole life, you now need to leave. Which is why, from a departmental point of view, we work with the relevant department who has the history and the context of this in order to resolve this particular problem. The answer that Mr. Hindley therefore gave in relation to Valdrai is one such an instance. There's quite a number of it, so it's not an easy thing. When he talks about us ensuring agreements, it's us trying to enforce with the user departments that this must be the agreements that you put in place. Not just for us managing our own housing stock where it was relevant to us, for example, in the road space, but for other departments where we've allocated this particular portfolio and them needing to have managed it but didn't do so. So I just wanted to provide that clarity because I think it does give you a kind of a response in relation to why is this now passed on. Specifically with Valdrai, it's not our choice to hand it over to the municipality. This is the solution that the Department of Agriculture came up with for Valdrai and a number of properties like this one, where they then indicated because this thing has spun out of control and now you don't just sit with a couple of individuals living there, you actually sit with a number of families living there. So the idea was for us to engage the municipalities, engage the Department of Agriculture and find an amicable solution to deal with this particular problem. So this is the context of what Mr. Hindley was trying to explain. Your question pertaining to vacating buildings without notification is one that the department has been struggling with. And so what we've put in place is actually agreements with our user departments, our clients. Because actually it's about enforcing GIAMA, which is the first thing, and that is that they have to give us 1 year advance notification if that building is going to be surplus to their service needs. Because just like everybody else, they should be planning their services, indicate what do they need in order for that, from an infrastructure point of view, as to what would enable them to deliver that service, so that we from an infrastructure point of view can say, right, this is now surplus to our needs, then say, human settlements, is this something that you guys require? Is this one of those key strategic properties that we can use for a different purpose? Should this land be released to the private sector? Should we use it for NGOs? Social development, is this something where we allocated or that were allocated but that is now surplus, can be used for a different purpose? But until such time, it is not for the custodian to step into allocated spaces and then kind of redirect how that would be used, if that makes sense, Chair. I don't know if Mr. van der Westhuizen requires further clarity, but...
Give Mr. van der Westhuizen an opportunity to ask more questions. Mr. van der Westhuizen, do you want more clarity? Are you happy?
My question has not been answered. Do we have lease agreements for all those people? Are they sticking to those lease agreements? And are we writing off unrecoverable debts? Can I find it here in the annual report?
It's not in the annual report, Chair. We do have lease agreements. It's a process that we are rolling out. Like I said, we've been trying to do this with the user departments. We are trying with the user departments as far as the management of their portfolios, which we didn't step in as the client, as the custodian. This is an ongoing process, so it's not finalized. At the moment, we are not writing off debts. This is a process of saying, if we are not going to be able to get these people to pay rental, do we sell these houses? Because like I've explained in this context, these are houses that has been allocated for work purposes, but has subsequently been used not by the people that occupy specific jobs, but now their families and so on.
Spotted point. You happy, Mr. Van der Westhuizen? Thank you. Colleagues, we're going to page 43 up to 133. Each member 2 minutes. You can ask your questions or make a statement in your 2 minutes. And then you, like I said, you can include Blue Dot because the Minister Mitchell is here, because I've asked him to hold off on it, on questions. So the Minister is here, so we're not going to have a separate meeting on that. I start from the front. I started at the back earlier on, so 2 minutes. I'll start with Member Nakamba Bocha first. 2 minutes starting now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is about the Blue Dot taxi pilot program. Minister, I'm sure you're going to respond to this one because the Chairperson has alluded as such. On page 8, it has outlined all the benefits that comes with the program. And then my question there is, I want to know if it's true that the department is planning to cease this program, citing lack of funds or sponsor, amongst other things. That's number one. And lastly, as the provincial department that deems itself as a vision-driven, why are you not going out there to get funders so that the program can continue and for society to continue to experience the benefits, if there is any? Yeah, that's my question, Minister. Thank you.
That's up to page 133.
Those are my questions, Chairperson.
Thank you. Chair Scopa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As you might recall the question I was going to ask on the previous section. So in a way, I was actually, because the issue of Blue Dot is right through the report, really, if you look at it, and then it's quite a commendable project that has been established, and there's only good things that are said about it. If you look at page 17, on the where it says that furthermore the department will continue, among other things they will continue is to implement the Blue Dot taxi pilot project. So, and then if you again now if you come to the section that we are at, again the issue of the Blue Dot is being mentioned, of course, right through, but obviously you will hear there are, as I said, it was through rumors and also through media that this project is going to be stopped or it has been stopped. So just want to have confirmation, is official, is that the case? And then maybe what might have been the reason for it to be actually stopped, and has there been any consultation with the beneficiaries, in other words, the stakeholders? So that is that one question. The other question I wanted to have, Chairperson, is related almost to the previous question that was asked by Honorable Makamba Mboja on the previous section, but it's on page 45. The last two bullet points, they talk about illegal public transport operations, and the other one talks about, the next one talks about violence relating to disputes in the taxi industry had a negative impact. So look at the most of the cause of the violence in the taxi industry is due to routes. It's either in permits as well and so on. Now, sometimes how these routes start, I'll make an example about an area where I'm from. Back in the days, in the 1980s, the Honorable Simas might know, if you were from Bosisgeef to town, which is about 5 kilometers, there was no any form of transport. We used to walk to go and buy groceries, and we'll come back carrying those by hand. But from nowhere, there were a group of people who started offering transport through, and you have to pay them. Then eventually we called them taxis. Now, this is how some of the routes got developed, and there was a route established there. Now, some of these routes might be not planned, but because these operators have seen an opportunity, that look, there's an opportunity here, and they want to start. Now, to what extent do they, I'll make an example now, I'm not familiar with Cape Town, but one of the areas I know is an area called, is a route called Brackengate. There is a, now, of course, there have been quite a number of people talking about that. They can't get permit or they got their taxes got impounded if they want to go to that route. Is there no way that the department start engaging with these, especially if you are saying it's Kata or Koteta or Santago, that look, there is this route, or do the department actually, how do the department really decide whether is the route viable or not viable? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair Scopa. Honour van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Question 1A has to do with the rail and PRASA and problems with PRASA. The first one is, I think it was Mr. Fourie recently said in an answer to a written question, said that we have put in a claim to PRASA for 51 million rand for construction work, which the Western Cape has undertaken to make a rail crossing safer by providing a rail bridge, etc. What are we doing to recover that money from a national entity? And isn't it time that we declare a intergovernmental dispute in terms of that funding? The second one is also in terms of our rail. Do we need to fear the day when the railways start working again? Because what I see, for example, again at Stellenbosch Station are probably close to 30 taxis now making use of the parking space there and providing an alternate service to the rail service, which hasn't run for the last 2.5 years. And I fear that, the day the trains start running, 30 taxi owners will be without routes or without passengers. And I'm really concerned that that may cause a problem. And should we not have stepped in with a bus service like Golden Arrow when PRASA stopped their operations after the deep lockdown? The second one, Chair, has to do on page 62 with the very, very sharp increase in road fatalities. And I'm now linking on to what the Honourable Augusta said regarding motorcycle accidents and so on. It's really disturbing for me. I do know that in the case of MEC Carlisle's time, he had an agreement with the Premier to halve the number of road fatalities in the province, and he was very confident that he would be able to reach that goal. I do know we're comparing a deep COVID year with a lesser COVID year, but I am concerned about the fatalities, and perhaps we could hear a little bit more about how are we going to address that, or is that just a fact that we need to accept? And then, Chair, in terms of question 3A, the condition of the paved road network, on page 97, there's a very disturbing figure or remark, bottom of page 96, to say that we are actually losing the battle to keep up with road maintenance. Perhaps if you could just tell us what is needed to turn that situation around. Then question 3B, if I look at page 127, also regarding the surfacing of roads, etc., perhaps you could just help me understand the difference between rehabilitation and resealing. And then also, I think we need to congratulate the department then for the number of kilometers bladed. I presume that's gravel roads. But then it seems to me as if we fell short in terms of the rehabilitation of surfaced roads. Perhaps one can just explain to us, is that a trend? Or believe that we would be able to turn that around and be able to up the square meters of surface roads rehabilitated? Thank you.
Your time is up. Sean August.
Chairperson, always when you go last it's difficult, eh? Then they ask all the questions. But nevertheless, I'm covered with the blue dot questions. So one, page 58, the training of the traffic officers. Do they train as well? And because we serve on the environmental affairs, the indigenous plants that's being stolen along the West Coast, is there any training and And that's a very important part because there's a high criminal syndicate currently happening. So is there training and retraining, refresher training for those traffic officers to look or to know what to look for? 2, page 116, you're only mentioning about 40 opportunities for EPWP. Can you, and I'm sure that's the bodies that you're referring to, different departments. Is there perhaps a number of EPWP opportunities that you can give? 3, and this is important, we've done a survey the time at the city, and that is page 55. Many people, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, he goes for code 10, maar hy kan niks karry nie. Hulle kan niks karry nie. They do it deliberately because they don't want to do 3-point turns, they don't want to do the reversing, etc. And when the city of Cape Town at the time did a survey, the truck drivers couldn't drive bakkies, and there was a high amount of accidents because they've got code 10 and they can't drive. So we have that issues. And I want to know, does the department do a survey, or was there any thought to this? And then lastly, also, you mentioned earlier on about district programs, and you spoke about the schools and different avenues of that program. Do you engage? I know SA Breweries has a Meninge Bean program. Do you engage with SA Breweries to assist with your plan? Thank you, Chairperson.
You on time. My first question is on page 45 with regards to the fraud and corruption in vehicle driving and operating license centers. Where I saw recently the National Minister made an announcement on a lot of drivers' licenses that's going to be cancelled, and he's going to send it to the MEC. I'm not sure if you received a letter. Sure, you'll receive it in 2029. Where are we with that in the Western Cape? What is the status of fraud and corruption in our driving centers in the Western Cape? If you can just share on that. And then the question would be on the Blue Dot. For the year under review, we've invested a lot of money in Blue Dot. We've invested in a lot of technology. We've invested in a lot of people in Blue Dot. For the year going forward, what are you going to do with them? What are you going to do with the technology, for the relationships that was built? So if we can just get an answer to that. And then on page 47, the department awarded bursaries to 25 students over the last 3 years. What is the support that we give to students from the previous 3 or 4 or 5 years? And do you keep track of students of the last 6 years? So we funded Ricardo. Where's Ricardo in year 4? Did Ricardo get a job? I know your purpose is not to provide people with jobs, but do you keep track of what you spent in the last 6 years, 7 years, and where are some of these students, and what support do you provide to some of these students? Over the last year, we've seen capital projects like the arch in Montekia. I was there. It's a beautiful project, and the bridge that was launched. What are we doing the next financial year? Where's the new big project? I haven't seen anything under review. I've seen upgrading of roads and nice things, making beautiful. What are we? Where's our big project in the Western Cape for the next financial year? Thank you. Member Makamba?
Chair, my apologies. Can you just allow me 1 minute?
You can, yeah.
Please, thank you. I thought some of the questions would be covered by the other. They're not. There's a question on page 6 pertaining to 6 arrest of pedestrians. So I would like to know what did they do for pedestrians to be arrested. And then page 65 on page table 14 regarding the listed confiscation of illicit goods and the arrests that were made. First question, I would like to know if some of these arrests were as a result of tip-offs or they were all related to discovery upon roadblock operations. And then on page 75, regarding the cases of fraud and corruption, do these also include the reported cases in which traffic officials would be alleged or proven to have taken bribes? And then the last question, Chairperson, is about 4 cases that are listed as the end of 31st of March. What do they relate to, those 4 cases? And lastly, on page 89, point 2.4.1, regarding the education infrastructure, what concerns me there is the annual target of 3. So my question is, why does the department set itself for such a low target. Thank you.
Colleagues, we're due to break for tea, and I don't want your tea to get cold. What I'm going to propose, members, what I'd like to give is a member 1 minute each up to page 133. Then we break for tea, then the department can come back and answer all the questions. Then we're done with that sections. So 1 minute each, member additional questions up to page 133. Then we're done with that section. The department will then have 15 minutes while we break and come back and answer those questions. Because I sprung it in you, I'm going to start with me. Is that okay? My question is on page 74. We see a significant number of potential retirees, 15% and we saw earlier what was happening. What is the plan of action? So many people retiring, and if I may say, I see a lot of beautiful gray hair. So what is the plan of action going forward? What are we going to do? How are we training staff? How are we transferring skills to ensure that these 50% of people that are retiring, that their skills has been transferred? My second question, I see the members are still looking for. On the fraud and corruption cases on page 75, there were currently 2 open cases. If you can, the new cases, are they similar cases? Is it the fact that we didn't close some loopholes in the past, or is it brand new cases? Is there nothing that we could have done to prevent those cases? Member van der Westhuizen, your minute starts now.
Thank you. It's in terms of the irregular expenditure. I thought I might ask my question under section D, but let me skip, because it is in this book under B. There are a number of cases where staff members did business with the department. One of them almost being R500,000. And the remedy or the action that is being stated is the same as somebody that did business for 2,000 rand with the department. So I can understand the 2,000 rand, you know, the national department's coming down to see us tomorrow. Can one of you bring sandwiches tomorrow? You know, that kind of claim. But a R500,000 rand contract, and you say you're going to invest in training for supply chain management staff members. Surely any supply chain management staff member should know that you're not supposed to do business with your employer. Please, is that really the full extent? Can we get some more information as to what kind of services were then provided by staff members that could not have been provided by other suppliers? Thank you.
Thank you. Member August.
Chairperson, I'm going to be quick. This one is, I'm just looking for the page now, but they have mentioned disabilities. En waar ek sien nêrens hoeveel mense in die department is disabled, and because this department has got a lot of administration, office staff, etc. I'm sure the department has met their target, and also what's the possibility of increasing on that target. I can just hear about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Maybe, yeah. Your mic, please.
Chairperson, on page 54, I think is the second paragraph where it says that Golden Arrow enter into a partnership with BYD. I think it's regarding the issue of the electric buses, and I think it's on, it is, I think it was launched, I think. Now, electric buses. Now, is the department also maybe thinking of extending this to the minibus taxis as well, to see if you cannot pilot electric minibus taxis as well, because as they are also another form of public transport. Then the second question, Chairperson, is on page 78. It says on spatial transformation through the leveraging of property and infrastructure portfolio. said the department continue to partner with national government and municipalities to identify suitable land and properties for land reform and restitution. Support is a question similar to what I've asked of identifying land and buildings for purposes of socio-economic transformation and integration. Now, most of these activities happen in Cape Town. Do you have example of outside of Cape Town where the department has identified buildings and land for purposes of this? I think I'm fine.
Thank you. Member Kambak, you covered? Thank you. I just want one question under the General Promotion of Access to Information Act. I can understand why somebody would have wanted copies of minutes of the meeting, why somebody asked for car registrations, maybe the husband or the wife passed away. But then there's some, what I feel is peculiar cases that I don't understand why, but you can share that from. The telepower tender, for example. How would somebody request information? Is there something happened? If you can share some of it. This is from page 71, 69, 70, and 71. There was a request for information from third parties. Something triggered those parties to ask for information. So I just want a general... Are you on page 70? Page 70. 70 or 71, there's a lot of requests for information, right? So what I'm asking is if somebody, you can understand why somebody wanted a copy of their license, their husband passed away, they want to know if he needed a car. But there's a few of them, and I'll ask written questions on these, but I'm just peculiar, there's like tender documents, why somebody asked for requests for those tender documents. Were they aggrieved? Something generally trigger these things. So I'm just keen to know why. So members, we're going to break for 15 minutes. We'll see you at 10:52. The bell will ring at 10:50 to remind you. 10:52, 15 minutes. Thank you.
means from commuters, from road users. So in all, the Blue Dot pilot was a great success. I'm actually getting, because I strongly believe that this is what is needed in the industry. And so there was a further question about who have we engaged to source additional funding. And I think the CFO or the team can provide, because I want to say on record, and it will be remiss of me not to thank the team that has actively gone out to source additional funding or funding for this pilot to become a program outside of the government spaces. I mean, on every single platform that we were provided, whether it was locally, whether it was provincially, whether it was nationally, whether it was even internationally, we've used every single platform with every single stakeholder to try and get additional funding or funding to make the pilot a program, because we believe that this is the way to go. I'll ask the team to, Deirdre will be able to give who have we engaged, but I want to on record say that we will not stop here. And I, for one, will not stop here sourcing additional funding or trying to find additional funding. I've made the commitment that I will engage every single one of my my counterparts across the country and nationally to see how, as a collective, we can try and bring this, because it's not just for the Western Cape. I think that South Africa in the minibus taxi industry nationally would be able to benefit from this. We've proven that Blue Dot works, that there was clear successes. We've proven that when nobody wanted to take the hand of the industry, that the Western Cape government said, right, we will take this risk. We will invest 215 million rand. We will ensure that we become partners in this public transport space, which, whether we want to hear it or not, transports 75% of people to economic opportunities. And so I'm hopeful that, and I don't want to say that we are giving up, because we're not giving up. And with the industry and government, we will continue on every platform to see how we can secure funding. But which brings me to another point. And you know, Chair, I always make the point that public transport will not be politicized for as long as I occupy that office. I don't care about, because to me it's about the commuter and operators in that space. But it brings us to the funding model for public transport in the country. It brings me to the conversation that we must have about a failing rail system. And it brings me to the point of, where is that money that has been allocated for a failed rail system, failed rail infrastructure? And here we have a Blue Dot pilot that we say it's working. So where is that money? And that's the conversation that I will embark on with the National Minister of Transport and the National Treasury, because I think it's important that we have that discussion, but not as politicians, but that we bring the industry to the table, because for too long, governments or elected politicians dictate or takes decisions without the industry being present. And when I took office, that was my commitment to the industry, that no decisions without them, and it has never been the case. So that's on the Blue Dot situation. If there's follow-ups, I'll answer that. But Deirdre will answer to who we have engaged. But I know that there was also questions about the routes and Brackengate in particular. So local governments are responsible as planning authorities, and in particular the Brackengate, and Yasir or Carl can just help with I know that particular route, because I like you, I mean you have I had a concern like you, because you develop an economic hub and you don't make provision for the public transport to get people to that economic hub. And so that routes were gazetted as part of 580 odd routes, I think, in September, if I'm not mistaken. But we can give you that detail. It has been gazetted, and I think there was an opportunity for objections, and that closed at a certain point. So that has been addressed. With regards to, there was a question on fatalities. And I mean, we have decreased the I think we're under 50% now with road fatalities in the province. But fatalities or road safety is one of my key ministerial priorities. And I mean, it was very sad when I heard about the motorcyclist that got killed. I think it was 2 or 3 days after we had a focus program on motorcyclists and cycle behavior in Worcester. I think that's Saturday, and I think that Tuesday or the Wednesday, that cyclist got killed. So I mean, holistically, road safety from a pedestrian to a cyclist to a motorcyclist is a key priority for the department, and a lot of money and education and awareness is invested in that space. Chair, I don't know if I've missed anything. I'm going to leave the fraud and corruption to the CFO to deal with. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I may, just in terms of the organizations that we've approached for alternative funding for Blue Dot, on the 6th of May 2021 was our first approach to the National Department of Transport. We then subsequently sent in an adjustment budget application this October 2022. We then engaged with representatives from the Development Bank of South Africa on the 17th of February and then the 15th of September this year again. We've engaged SA Taxi Finance on the 7th of February of this year. We engaged Discovery Insure on the 31st of March and then again May this year. We've engaged with Toyota South Africa in September of this year. The DG then assisted setting up meetings with the United States Consulate on the 11th of January this year. And then the German Consulate we met with December 2021 already. We then also engaged with various representatives of the Cape Chamber of Commerce. We put in an application for the Green Fund. It's a climate change fund. We've also put in an application with KFW Development Bank. So I'm hoping that's full list. Oh, and a merchant bank as well.
Thank you. Continue.
Thanks, Chair. There was also various engagements with the National Treasury arranged via the Provincial Treasury as well as with the Receiver of Revenue, who lauded this project as being one of the most innovated, successful programs from industry point of view, getting the industry to voluntarily register with the Receiver of Revenue. And we even engaged them to then help us with promoting this particular program with the National Treasury. So I just wanted to conclude.
Chair, I don't know if Carl wants to speak, because I know that there was a question about technology that.
So with regards to the question of what are we going to do with the actual tech and the investments that we have invested in the space, as you can see from everybody speaking, we're not done with that yet. We still firmly believe that we will be able to get the funding and to reinvigorate the Blue Dot project. It doesn't come without any without complications. There are going to be complications, but that's where we are squarely sort of focused. But just in addition to that, the tech itself is being used in the Go George service that we're running in Go George and so forth. So it started off in Go George, and it was a development of that system and so forth to cater for Red Dot, then to cater for Blue Dot. So it was a morphing of the system just to cater for generally what we needed within the minibus taxi industry. And we will continue to use it in other ways within the minibus taxi industry. Should there be no further Blue Dot project, which we committed to not letting the project die. And then while I've got the floor, just about the road safety issue, and there was talk about the commitment from Minister Carlisle to reduce the death rate to 50%. It started in 2010 to reduce the death rate by 50% by 2020. Now, we can't rely on these numbers because COVID had a big impact. But at the point at the end of 2020, we had a 46% death rate, a decrease in death rate. So 4% under the target, which shows, look, that there has been progress. But let's take COVID, yeah, certain things have normalized again. We're currently sitting on a 31% decline from when we started with the program. So there has been progress. New targets have been set, new reductions by another decade of action, and we continue to try and reduce as best we can with plenty of with initiatives like the district safety plan, like the Safely Home program, and various other programs. I know Yasir is going to answer, but can I just address the question of the Western Cape while I have before the Western, not the SAB. So the question was asked whether we are in partnership with SAB on any initiatives. And if we go back in history, around about 2015, there was a policy decision taken within the Department of the Premier that there was, and it was encouraged that we do not work with liquor companies because of the perception it created and so forth. And that was a policy decision we abided by. At that point in time, we were being sponsored for various things by the SAB at our shadow center in Athlone, breath testing center where we were breath testing. And then we went on our own with doing that after the policy decision. But we are at a crossroads now. And we are looking at whether the policy still stands, what are the potential opportunities in the space, and we've had 1 or 2 meetings, and we are looking at the issue, re-looking at the issue. That's not to say that we didn't work with people within the liquor space. The Western Cape Liquor Authority, for example, we work very closely with them with a rollout of projects, a few projects, and one of them is an example of one of them was to send promotional material down through to taverns and so forth within high-risk locations. And that was as we went through the Safely Home survey, which we do annually, met with a lot of, by all accounts, it was a successful project. So we are working within that space with alcohol service providers currently at tavern level, and we want to expand it to look at the producers of alcohol as
well. Chair, through you, with regards to Member Mvimbi's question with regards to the root causes of violence in the taxi industry and the recount by him of how routes start up. Now, bearing in mind that we come from a time when public transport was unregulated 2 years ago. And that certainly is how routes were started up. There was a need, some operators in that area saw the need for it, they then provided a particular service. Subsequent to that, though, there's been the National Land Transport Transition Act and the National Land Transport Act that we have now, which brings into play the requirements for integrated transport plans. Integrated transport plan has as a very clear chapter in it, an operating license strategy, which the planning authorities have to prepare through surveys and through engagements with existing operators through what's called an integrated planning committee, on which Santaco has got representation. So the way in which routes are planned for now in terms of supply and demand is through these structures that are clearly defined in legislation, and which in the Western Cape, with all of the municipalities, we have got in place. So all of our municipalities have got integrated transport plans, and as a department, the MEC, we will check those, and the MEC will sign off those integrated transport plans to manage supply and demand as one element of that. Minister Mitchell mentioned developments like Brackengate, where you have a situation where Brackengate as a B point, the origin is wherever the workers live, and Brackengate would be the destination point. That would perhaps happen between periods when integrated transport plans happen. But let me assure you, and this is through intervention by Minister Mitchell, that as he mentioned, we called in the city of Cape Town. There was acknowledgement on their part that there was demand that was not being met by supply, by legal operators. There was then engagement with Santaco, which we facilitated, and there's currently a process called a special regulatory program that is in effect, where, as Minister Mitchell mentioned, the operators on that route, the associations on those routes, put forward the names of operators that the City of Cape Town would then support in their applications for operating licenses. That process is well advanced now to regularize that particular situation. But I described before that the process as defined in the National Land Transport Act around how routes are defined and how routes are supplied with services to meet the demand for those services. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you. So many questions were asked, Chair, that I had to call in the services of the secretary. And we were, and the answers were also now not necessarily in the same order that they were asked. So we were trying to keep track of what was answered and what wasn't answered. But I'll try my best, and we will try our best. But if we miss something, then please just remind us that we haven't answered what we need to answer. There was also a question about what steps or what, do we fear steps if the rail service is restored? And I think that hasn't really been answered. What happens if rail gets restored was the question. And while Carl was so ably on, speaking, maybe you should just touch on that one too.
Chair, through you, I think it is a very valid concern that Member van der Westhuizen raised. The rail system has failed, and the minibus taxi industry has stepped into that void. And they provide a much needed service because people otherwise would be stranded. The supply and demand, of course, as I mentioned earlier on, will be factored in and must be factored in by every municipality that prepares an integrated transport plan. So they will look at supply in all modes. And I know Member van der Westhuizen asked, should there perhaps not have been a proactive measure put in place to put a bus service in there? But bearing in mind that we have got bus services, we've got bus operators who could have also taken that opportunity, but it was the minibus taxi industry that was there first to provide that service from townships to where people needed to go. Now, the demand for public transport services will increase. And at the time, hopefully, when rail gets back on track, literally and figuratively, that assessment will be done by the planning authorities to see what additional services are required. And I do believe that there will still be a need for supplementary services by minibus taxis, if not for the entire route, at least as feeder services from the townships where people live to the stations where the rail will then operate. But that could be, in terms of the integrated transport plan, it could be a mix of rail, bus and minibus, but that will come out in the surveys that are done as part of the integrated transport planning process in each planning authority or municipality.
Chair, if I may just throw in my 2 cents worth, that I don't think the department fears the return of any public transport mode, that it should work, because it is necessary, as explained, and that people will, I mean, that is the whole purpose of it all, is that we will get people out of private cars and in some mode of public transport. And if that is safe and affordable and good, then that's what people will do. They do it all over the world. I'm going to try and deal with the questions about the roads now, so that we can get there out of the way. The first one was about the money owed to us by PRASA for a project that we did between Somerset, between Eersterivier and Stellenbosch. I cannot really answer that one from a roads point of view, because once it's now, it has been going on for a couple of years. We have written many letters to PRASA in trying to solve this or to get this moving, and it's even been done by their department. So the only course open is probably the dispute route, unless there's another round of discussions that makes no progress. But obviously it will not be dealt with by my branch itself, but it becomes a legal matter, department to follow up and to claim the money. Then there was a question about the fact that we show that there were so many kilometers bladed, and that it's the target has been exceeded, and that the target for rehabilitation of roads has been a bit lower. The only reason for that in the current year that we're reporting on is that there were 3 big rehabilitation projects that did not complete by the end of the financial year. They ran over into the next year because of the normal things that happen in most contracts. You get a claim, or you get there's something that happens along the project, and it gets extended by a month or 2, and then you run over a end of the year date, and we will only count the progress then in the next year. So the answer is, which will we catch up? And the answer to that is yes, we will. It is just a target that could not be met before the 31st of March. While there was also a question about what's the difference between rehabilitation and reseal. Fairly easy, member from the Westhuizen. Reseal means we just put a layer of new surfacing in the form of bitumen on the road. Basically, if you compare it to work on a house, then it says we're just painting the house again, so that we seal it and make it waterproof. We're not really improving the condition of the road or anything. You just seal the cracks and you paint it. But by rehabilitation, it means that we do a lot more. We basically work on the upper layer, or take the upper layer away and add another one, or strengthen it. So it's it's not a complete reconstruction of the road. There's a third term that we use, and that's reconstruction. Then it basically means you reconstruct the whole road, and you start from the bottom layer again. And in that process, we normally also then up the standards to the recent standards. So if we need to widen the road a little bit, then we do that. or if we need to do, you know, some realignment to make it safer, then we will do that because you then reconstruct it. But if you rehabilitate it, then it means you just do much more than just painting the house. You know, you repair things that needs to be repaired and you strengthen it a little bit. And it's also then obviously a lot more expensive than by just resealing the road, which reseal is something that you will do around every 7 to 10 years, while something like rehabilitation is something that you'll do every 15 or 20 years. And reconstruction is something that normally happens every 40 or so years, and you basically reconstruct the road and you up its standards and you also improve its capacity if it's required. The question about the condition of the paved road network and maybe the gravel road network too, on one of the pages there, the graphs that are referred to, that shows that we are losing the battle, and that and what is needed to turn it around. It's a graph that you will find in all our reports if you go back over the past 10 or even more years with them, because that's what comes out of our road asset management plans. And the truth is, yes, we are moving backwards. We are losing the battle. As we have said many times, we do not spend enough money on roads to maintain them all in a good condition, or in the condition that we would like them to be. And we therefore have to prioritize and spend money where where we get the most return for our money, and where all the most, where you will please most of the traffic, or not please, but what's the right word? You will be to the benefit of most of the traffic. It is something that we have said all along, that if you do not grow the roads, the budget, then the roads will deteriorate, like many other things, like the water and like the electricity. It's the same story. Roads does not happen overnight. They take a while. They don't kick off like electricity that kicks out overnight and then you sit with nothing. The road just deteriorates slowly. Also in the report here is our current estimates, or our current calculations, is that the road budget should be about 2 billion rand higher than it is at the moment, based on our what we need to do to basically reduce the backlog. As we have also said many times, it's not money that you say you must get it overnight, because if you get 2 billion overnight in one single go, then you will just distort the market, and there won't be enough contractors or people to do the work, and you will just get higher prices, and you won't necessarily deliver more. So the real thing that we say is that is the backlog, and that's the amount of money that that your budget should be higher. But obviously, the correct thing will be is that it will grow over time. In other words, your growth in your roads budget should be higher than inflation, and not like it's been the past 4 or 5 or 6 years, actually been below inflation, and you do not even keep up with your buying power. So that in next year's report, you will probably see the same graph again, and it will show that we have not really improved unless something has happened. And then the final question from roads, as far as I know, is what's the next big road project? That depends on whether we will get any money from Infrastructure South Africa. But because if we get money from Infrastructure South Africa, then our big problem in the project in the city will be work on the Wingfield interchange. And obviously we're also working on the completion of the R300. But the projects that are already out to tender and that will be visible, that there will be work, is that we will be building a bypass past Malmesbury, from the Hopefield interchange down towards the Riebeek West Road, Riebeek Kasteel Road. So that will be next year, hopefully, on the cards. And there will be a couple of other ones too, as well. If we can just get there are ones on the go. The one at Paarl is on the go, and the one between Hermanus and Gansbaai is obviously on the go. if we can get another approval from Transnet to cross the railway line at Paarl, then one of our next big projects will also be the complete, upgrading the road from Simonium to Paarl, that old little piece of road that looks horrible past Simonium at the moment, and that needs to be upgraded to a proper road for the traffic that it carries. But there are many projects, so I don't want to say what's our next. Okay, the other big, if you talk about the Aston Arch project, then if you want to know in the bridge direction, then the next one that looks like that, won't necessarily look like that, but a big project, is that we need to replace the bridge over the Berg River at Veldrif, the Carina's Bridge, which is also an old bridge in a state where it needs to be replaced, like I am. So we will also be replacing that one. Then, Chair, there was a question about, what was that one? Roadblocks, fraud and corruptions. And was it by yeah, was okay, fraud and corruption. So they was basically referring to the fraud and corruption report in the annual, and whether that includes bribery by traffic officers associated. Shall I ask that to Kyle?
I mean, I don't have the answer, but I would expect that all the bribery and corruption cases within the department would be listed there.
Chair, I can confirm it does. It does include all bribery, all fraud, and all corruption cases for transport and public works at the moment. So next year there would, of course, be a split. That would be in a separate report for mobility as opposed to for infrastructure. But right now it is included in that one report.
There was also a question about fraud and corruption at vehicle testing stations. I should stick to that topic then.
Thank you, Mr. Fourie. Through you, Chair. You mentioned the cancellation of driving licenses specifically, and the corruption that underpins that corruption in that space, and what the situation is in the Western Cape. I can report that in the Western Cape, we've developed a very good working relationship with the Hawks and the National Prosecuting Authority. We meet on at least a quarterly basis, senior officials in our department, the Hawks and the NPA, which is why I think we've had some very good successes. Just in the year under review, there were 5 arrests in the driving license environment. That's examiners of driving licenses that were arrested. 1 examiner of vehicles. 5 driving school operators were also arrested, and 1 latest clerk. So there have been successes, and our inspectorate that we have in our department is really thinly spread, but they're doing fantastic work to monitor all of the 3 agency functions to prevent also fraud and corruption. And it's not just about catching people, it's also about educating people. So they also go out regularly to these testing stations and centers to educate officials who work in those areas. Thank you, Chair.
Sticking with the fraud and corruption topic, there was a question about the new cases, 2 new cases, and whether they were similar or a new type of fraud and corruption. Is there anything that we could do about that? I will refer that to Ms. Anders.
Thank you, Chair. So the new cases that were registered, there's no link to previous cases that were registered. So all of these cases disclosed on page 75 is alleged fraud and corruption cases, which is still then subjected to a detailed investigation, and then only decided upon whether there should be criminal charges then placed on these people, or if the cases can be closed if there's no real fraud or corruption detected. So only after detailed investigation we can conclude on the case. And there's no trend that these cases or the same people are implicated in these possible fraud and corruption cases, and nor is the actions duplicated in cases. Thank you.
Continue, Chair. Thank you. There was also a question about training of traffic officers to identify indigenous plans on the West Coast. I don't know whether there's a particular answer that Advocate Reineke wants to give about that one.
So this is a very sticky topic because we as the Western Cape are morphing from a position where we just look at road safety and road regulation to supporting the Western Cape safety plan by stamping out crime, etc. on our road network. The question actually, which we have to pose to ourselves, is what would our officer, what required training our officers would need in order to be able to fulfill that role? Because what we are asking them is to morph from a pure traffic officer enforcing the National Road Traffic Act and moving into a quasi-police person. And that requires training, and that requires quite detailed training and quite and funding, because what you do now is you set up the traffic officer to look for criminals, and when the traffic officer comes into contact with these criminals, they need the skills to be able to safeguard themselves. So the answer is that we are morphing and we are looking at the training skills required in order for them to deal with more criminal behavior, but it requires funding also to enable it. There are also labor issues relating to that, because these people signed up as traffic officers, not as police people. So the answer is yes, we can, but it requires funding, it requires training, and it requires standing operating procedures that have to be redeveloped in order to safeguard our officers. For example, if we, and I know you're talking about the poaching element, but there are criminals within the poaching environment that have quite heavy duty guns, and by all accounts are very dangerous. In order to deal with that, SOPs have to be developed. Is that going to be a traffic officer that's going to go and stop these poachers, or are we going to work together with SAPs? What is the situation where we call SAPs in? How do we work with SAPs? What is the standing operated procedures in every single time we pull over a vehicle? There's a lot of things that need to be done in order to get to that, into the space of the arresting or stopping crime in our road network.
Chair, the next round of questions will be answered by the CFO.
Thanks, Chair. There was a question about a PI application relating to Taupele. It's a simple matter. There was a dispute between Taupele, who was the main contractor on the roads project, and their subcontractor, and their subcontractor wanted insight into the tender that they submitted. That's Taupele. The second one was the irregular expenditure cases asked by Member van der Westhuizen, the 4 cases. What were they about? None of these instances had to do with employees of the Western Cape Provincial Government. That's number one. They were all from outside of the provincial government. They were city officials, except for there was a case of a health official, which was the 500,000 rand, the R500,000 instance that you're talking about. And if you want more detail, Pauline can give it. But what basically happened with these is because they don't fall under the auspices of our accounting officer, all we can do is institute additional controls that makes our officials aware of what to check at each point. In other words, when those tenders were invited, there were no conflicts because we checked that. We also have an agreement with the banker of the province that basically downloads details such as your address, your identification number, your telephone number, and so on, and matches it against companies registered on the Western Cape Supplier Database. These are some of the internal controls that we've put in place. However, if people want to commit fraud and if people want to engage in activities that's not regular, they will find a way around it. Most of these employees, I think there were 2 of these employees that were actually employees of the city of Cape Town. So as part of the measures that we take, there's letters that goes from our accounting officer to the municipal manager saying, you might not be aware, but these people have been engaging in business with the state. Remember, they would not be on our Provincial system, so we would not be able to pick them up. There was one instance where there was a doctor, that's the 500 million instance in the Department of Health, and the accounting officer again of this department wrote to the accounting officer of health, remembering their model pertaining to staffing, which includes contract staff and so on, to say that you might not be aware, but this guy is a director in a company that supplies catering or whatever it was to other departments in the province. So therefore, the training that we're referring to is not training to the people not doing business. They are not our staff. The training is more awareness, additional controls to our own staff when they engage or when we do the procurement. Because the procurement is one thing, when you have the payment, it's another thing. So at each one of these gates, there's almost flags that we can pick up that says, guys, this is something that you have to investigate, which is very hard before anything is concluded, and especially if those people are not on the Provincial system for our department.
Thank you. That point's well made.
Chair, there was an additional question. The schools, why is there a target set of 3? The department does not set any targets for education. Those targets are set by the Department of Education and we simply implement them.
See, there was a question from Member Mvimbi who asked about electric buses, whether the pilot will be extended to the taxi industry. And I see the minister's face. I don't know whether the minister wants to answer.
I'm very excited because absolutely, but I'll give that to Yasir. I know that he and Deirdre were on the doing it. So either Deirdre or Yasir.
Thank you, Minister. Chair, through you. I'm going to speak now on behalf of GMT as well, because this crosses over into GMT and the electric vehicle strategy that GMT and the department presented to Cabinet, in which we do make mention of the possible conversion of a minibus into an electric minibus as a pilot. It is difficult that at the moment in the market, there isn't a ready-made electric minibus available. That must still happen through a homologation process. Homologation is where the national regulator for compulsory standards will say the vehicle design is correct in terms of all of our standards in South Africa. That process must still happen. So what we want to do as GMT, as part of this initiative to introduce electric minibuses as possible minibus taxis, is to possibly convert one of our minibuses in GMT to an electric minibus as a shuttle, which GMT in any case requires to shuttle the users of our vehicles from where their offices are to where they are going to get one of our GMT vehicles. So that is part of the strategy over the next 3 years, but it is going to be a process that will have to go through the national homologation process. So it's going to be a bit of a protracted process. The intention, as stated in the strategy, is for us to look at how we as the department introduce electric vehicles also into the public transport space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. You can continue. Acting HOD.
Chair, there was the next two questions which I will direct to Mr. Peterson about EPWP, the training opportunities or the number of people reporting, and then there was also the question or a different question or a second question about the support that we give to bursars in the after they've studied. So over to Mr. Peterson.
Except those 4 questions, was there any more outstanding? Except those ones.
Now there's 3 or 4
Chair,
outstanding.
there's the issue about are the arrests on page 61 listed by traffic as a result of tip-offs or roadblocks?
Yeah.
The other one is the issue about what do we do? You saw 15 potential retirees. What is the plan of
Yeah, I
action
remember.
for
I asked that
succession?
question.
Then there's the issue of disabled targets being met. How do we increase this? And the last one is the land reform and restitution.
Outside of Cape Town.
Outside of Cape Town, identified buildings and land
Excellent.
for that purpose.
Members, 3 of those questions are my questions. I'm comfortable in getting the responses in writing. Are you okay with that? Thank you. We're going now to page 172. Yeah.
Sorry, before you continue, I think there's a question that I didn't get a response on the issue of the offences that you have listed, where you've made mention of 6 pedestrians that were arrested. So I want to know what kind of an offence that permitted an arrest for 6 pedestrians.
Going to be,
Chair, I can be very quick. It related to alcohol-related offences. They were taken off the road network for their own safety.
So those 8 questions in writing. Thank you. We're going to page 172 up to page 204. Members, if you have any urgent questions on that, you're welcome to raise your hand. For these administrative questions, we can also get in writing. Member Makama Bocha.
Okay, Chair, thank you so much. The first question that I have is on page 175 about the department's responsibility for transport and public works on the other hand. So I want to know, why is the number of interns at the department so low with only 6 interns? And then on page 178, regarding the employees whose salary positions were upgraded due to their post being upgraded in table 3.3.2. There, I want to know if there is a reason why we have the majority of males whose salary positions were upgraded due to their posts being upgraded as compared to females across the board. And then on page 183, regarding the issue of employment equity, I think it was raised by the member next to me, pertaining to the 0 African employees on top management. And where there's a total of 4 white males that are there. So I would like to know, how does the department achieve the employment equity in the occupational level alone? I think that was partially answered. And then on page 184, often concerns me that when it comes to top management and senior management, almost all the Western Cape government departments neither have employees with disabilities or recruit them. So the same applies to this department. So I would like to know, why is that the case? I think it was partially responded to. And then my last question is on page 198, regarding the types of misconduct at table point 3.12.3. There are 3 cases of possession of wrongful use of state property. So I would like to know, what property was this and how was it wrongly used or possessed? Thanks.
Thank you very much. That covers all my colleagues. I see no hands up. Okay, Member August.
Chairperson, thank you. Former speaker has covered 1 or 2 of my questions already. I just want to know, I have seen in the report that there is a disability. So the previous question with regards to the disability, I just want to know what percentage, or has the department reached their percentage? Secondly, also I see on page 189 resignations. The reason for their resignations being so high, is it high in in the department? Is it high, or is it low, or is it average? Or what's the reason of the resignations? Then page 198, just guide me also on that, please. I want to Page 198. Yeah, in terms of the bribes or committed fraud, only one. Is that only one for the whole department for this financial annual year, or is it one in a specific department with regards to disciplinary? If it is one within the department, I want to applaud you to say it's a industry where there is a lot of bribing happening on the roads, and if there's only one for this annual year, then the department has done well. Thank you.
Van der Westhuizen?
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring back because it affects staff or personnel. Thank you very much for that comprehensive answer regarding the irregular expenditure. My problem is just that you've said that your remedy is progressive discipline. Now, how do you discipline? The guilty person seems to have worked in another sphere of government, and if I understood you correctly, you said the people in the supply chain management has got no way to check whether that person. So how come that your action step is progressive disciplinary action? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you, colleagues. The department, I'm going to give you 7 minutes maximum to answer those questions. Try to keep it as succinct as possible. Otherwise, we're going to be back after SCOPA. Members who still, because we've got a full entity to do. So if you want to come back tonight, it's up to you. And then in the meantime, members, please get GMT ready, your books ready, and get your top 2-minute questions you want to ask in GMT. I'll hand over to the department.
Chair, I've raised my hand.
Member Nkondlo, so I didn't see, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on the question by Member Makamba Boja on the employment equity. And I think if one refers to the figure, the data that is provided demonstrating between 2012 to 2021-22, the financial year we're dealing with, one is interested to understand what has been the driving, what has been the driver of the increase of white females if one looks from 2012 to actually now on this particular annual report from 5.3 in 2012-13 and actually 18.4 in this particular financial year. What, in terms of your recruitment, how would you be able to explain this particular increase? And one actually looks at it in consideration to others, be it if you look from a female point of view, be it the African female, which has always dwindled between 5 and 6% to date, and colored female between 10 and currently at 12%. So I think one is interested in how are your recruitment strategies, what is driving them if one has to actually look at the data that we have actually provided year on year. And then in page 180-81, of the 89 employees who had resigned, most of them, 58 or 65.2%, did not provide a reason for their resignation. I just want to know whether there are any exit interviews that are conducted. Can you provide any details, if any, if people would not provide reasons for resignations? If you, from your HR point of view, you know, what is your take in your analysis of what this means? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Continue.
Chair, thank you. I will. The questions, you know, about employment and equity, and I will refer to Mr. Maraj. And if we have a very short time and we cannot answer them all, we will respond on the numbers.
I'm starting the timer. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Let me deal with the easier one first, and that is reasons for resignations, or why staff do not provide reasons for resignations. Oftentimes, exit interviews are conducted with all staff that leave the department, irrespective of the reason for the termination of service. oftentimes people that or staff that do resign cite personal reasons as the reason for leaving the employment of the department. And in many cases, these personal reasons are because they want to go into business, and it is possible that they will be doing business with the state or with the department. So they don't state openly that they will be going into business. So that is why a high percentage of staff who resign do not give reasons for their resignation. We are always encouraged when staff provide reasons for resignations, because when those reasons have to do with conditions of service or anything like that, then we are able to deal with those circumstances that cause staff to leave. With regards to recruitment strategies for the department and a slight uptick in females in SMS, there are several reasons for this. Firstly, as a department that employs built environment professionals to a large degree, we all know that the built environment fraternity was predominantly male-dominated. It still is, although there are quite a few females in the built environment sector at the moment, and we are able to recruit them. Problem is that we are not the only organization that requires the services of built environment professionals. There is a lot of competition, both within government and in the private sector. So those females that we are able to recruit, we have a retention policy, and we are able to retain them for long periods of time. Also, we have a program in the department called Growing Our Own Timber, where we develop special groups of people so that when opportunities arise for them to be promoted, they have the necessary experience, skills, and training in order to fill those positions. So quite a few of our promotion posts within the department are filled by internal candidates. That's because we nurture them and we develop them and give them opportunities as these opportunities arise. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah,
I think it's just important to also note that a resignation will also be reflected as a resignation, even if it's an internal transfer to a different department within the government.
Just maybe to add, Chair, some of the resignations, we also had quite a lot of promotions of our staff to the city of Cape Town, who are able to pay them much more than we are allowed to do. So just that as a point. There was a question pertaining to the issue of progressive discipline and that it makes no sense. So there's two steps that one needs to consider here. The first is when we deal with condonation, because if it's irregular expenditure but there was no fraud, malice or negligence, then we do an application to the Provincial Treasury to condone the irregular expenditure. In other words, to condone whatever action led to the irregular expenditure, if that's a lapse in controls or whatever it might have been. Now, a prerequisite of that is a category, or they have a table where you need to show what progressive discipline steps have you taken. In other words, what was the result to the people that's implicated in this, and they call it what progressive discipline steps have you taken. In our instance, what we gave in the detail is to tell you we will just provide training. It's not a punitive thing. It's not something where it will be reflected on their record unless there was a control that they did not follow, in which instance there would be a different progressive discipline step. But this is a prerequisite for the Treasury to then consider even condoning anything. And that's why I said, when you asked why would it be so light, or why would the progressive discipline be such a light measure, it is because the people implicated, one, is not our own officials. Our own officials, we will just do further training and announcements because there was nothing found that they did wrong or could have done to prevent people doing business with the state. In our own instance, the department has ample processes in place for our own officials in recognizing and picking up when officials try or attempt to try and do business with the state. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, there's one question that I can still pick up but we didn't answer. It was one about page 178, about why so many male posts were upgraded compared to female posts. I can try and give the answer myself because I think think it happened mostly in the roads branch, where there was a national upgrading of road worker posts, and obviously most road workers are at this stage are still male.
The two ministers here are interrupting you. Can you just repeat again?
I said there was a national upgrading of the posts of road workers, and applied nationally. And that most of the road worker posts obviously are still male, and that makes in our report, the difference between why so many male posts were upgraded compared to female. I don't think we missed out anything else, Becca. There's only one note that I made a question on page 198, I think from the lady there, and I can't remember what it was.
Referring to the employment.
98. About three state properties, misusing of state property.
Okay, we'll get it in writing. There was a question that Member Makamba Bocha asked, and also Member Mkondlo asked about the employment equity.
Didn't you deal with it?
Could you repeat the question?
Member Makamba Bocha has asked, and I think Member Mkondlo also asked a question related to employment equity.
Wasn't about the females.
So the one question here was about employment. That's the one question. And the other one was about disabilities, employees with disabilities. Why is it so low? Have we met our targets, and why are they not in the management guide?
Who's going to answer that?
Sorry, Chair, Mr. Maharaj says he didn't hear the answer. It's the employment equity targets in top management.
Sorry, can you switch on the mic? The colleagues can't hear online as well. Thanks.
Sorry, Chair. So the question is the employment equity targets in top management. Why is it so low when there are 4 white males in the top management? That's the first question. And the other one related to employees with disabilities in the management cadre. Why is it so low? Why is this the case? And has the department reached its disability targets? I think was the next question related to that.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. The employment equity targets set for the department are done based on the labour force survey that we receive from Statistics South Africa, which gives us the percentage of economically active people within the Western Cape. So we use the information from the labour force survey to determine the employment equity targets for the department as a whole, and then we disaggregate that into employment equity targets for the various groups at the various levels within the department. So and all of that is contained within the department's employment equity plan, which, like I mentioned earlier, starts this year. It's a 5-year plan, and it extends through to the period of 2027. So in the department's employment equity plan, the number of the different race groups for top management is determined. And that, like I said, is based on the labour force survey. So currently, there are 4 males in top management and 2 females. Okay, and the employment equity plan, like I said, that extends for a period of 5 years, requires us to have 3 females and 3 males in the top management of the department. Now, the problem with meeting employment equity targets, especially in your senior management service level, is that there is no way of terminating an incumbent's service, which means we don't have the opportunity to remove somebody and replace them with a demographically a targeted person. So we can only fill any post within the department, but especially in your senior management service, when a person leaves, then we can target people of designated groups to have that particular position filled. The second question about disabilities. Currently, since the 31st of March 2022, the department had a disability target of 1.6%, which is 0.4% lower than the national target. However, it is an improvement since the 31st of March 2021, where the department's disability levels were standing at 1.1%. So we have in place an active recruitment policy or action plan for the recruitment of disabled peoples into the department. And this involves shortlisting and interviewing people who apply for posts, liaising with societies and NGOs, both provincially and nationally, who work with and train people with disabilities so that they are able to forward their CVs and apply for the posts that we have available. Because, like I said earlier on, because the department is a built environment, mainly a built environment organization, or that recruits and retains and uses built environment professionals, it is very difficult to compete with trying to recruit and retain a built environment professional at senior management level that has a disability, because there are so many other organizations that want these people as well. But we do have.
Yeah, valid point. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Colleagues, what we're going to do is the outstanding questions, we will get it in writing. And then we'll do now the GMT. We're going to table GMT A, B, and D, and allow each member 2 minutes to ask questions on A, B, and D of the government motor transport. We've heard the overviews of the ministers earlier on, so we'll take that as for the both entities as well. See the first hand on GMT, A, B, and D. We'll start from Makaya Butcher first, and then we come to you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. My two questions have already been responded to. The question that I have, it's on part D on page 99. I want to know why is the entity not having the interns? That is my only question, Chairperson.
Straight to the point. Member Mbimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The question I had is on page 29, according to my notes, and then it's regarding the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure of 199. The reason I really want to ask this question because it's very rare the department has this. Actually, especially I know as one department when it comes to irregular in this thing, they always report 00. But here is 199. I'm just curious to know as to what were the causes and then what is it really, just the details of the page 29.
Page 29. I see the Chair of SCOPA is pushing his questions in here, but we'll allow him.
No, it's on page 29, it's on A. He said, I would have loved to ask there. If you see, on the previous one, I didn't ask anything regarding irregular, but the next one, it's 103, which is section D. It's just just a discrepancy. If you look at 183, the total workforce is 118. If I get that correctly on the figure, 103 there. But then if you go to 105, The total, when you deal with employment on 3.5 on employment equity, is 112. Just want to check what is the cause of that discrepancy. Which is the actual total workforce? Is it 118 or is it 112? I'm finished, Chair.
Thank you. Very good, Chair. Still from Member van der Dresden.
Yes. Chair, a number of questions. The first one is, you start off by referring to the electric vehicles, and my question is, do we already have government motor transport tariffs for electric vehicles? Should, we can claim back people travel with private transport according to scales set monthly, I think, by the government motor transport centrally. The second one is, I see the government motor transport increase in revenue is only 11%. I'm referring to paragraph 4.2. Yet your income, for example, from kilometers is already up by 23%. Seems to me as if, in general, I would have expected the revenue to have increased far quicker. Then the next one is, I see there are a number of provincial departments that owe you a considerable amount of money, with the Department of Health deteriorating from, I think, something like 13 million to 34 million or so in 1 year. And then there's also, for example, even the Department of Transport and Public Works, while they are here and the CFO is here, perhaps you would appreciate me asking the question. Their debt has gone up by 50% to government motor transport. So please, perhaps the CFO can explain to us why now suddenly they're not paying their invoices within 30 days, I trust. Chair. And then in terms of the disposal of vehicles, I see there's been quite an increase in the number of vehicles that you disposed of, which I can understand if you think that the previous year was a COVID year and you were probably limited. But it seems to me as if the fleet didn't really increase. And there are different figures. On the one hand, I thought there were about 500 vehicles disposed of. Then another figure came to 513. But then there's another figure of just over 300 vehicles. Perhaps if you could just help me there. And then you boast actually and say, but the second-hand car market was a very good one, and you fetched much higher prices. But if I compare the previous year's per vehicle income, taking then on the 513 to last year's disposal of per vehicle amount that was sold at, it doesn't seem to be that much of an increase. And I listened earlier this week that apparently due to the lack of electronic equipment, chips, the second-hand car market indeed had a very sharp rise in prices. Yet it doesn't quite match unless the number of vehicles disposed of is not the 513 that I was thinking of. Thank you.
Thank you. Member August?
Chairperson, thank you. I'm just asking the one question on page 7. They say early warnings to clients on potentially unsafe operating areas through the GMT portal and its communication mechanisms. So I'd like to know, and I'm specifically asking about ambulances in areas. I've had one or two issues that I am engaging with the Minister of Health with. But does this department inform where those hotspots are, the ambulance or to the health department? And what criteria is being used for those hotspots? And how often do you do an assessment on the hotspots, if it's every 6 months, 12 months or so? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The department maximum 10 minutes because we've got members of the public we still need to ask on both entities. So you can just plan your responses accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The questions will be answered by Mr. Ahmed and Mr. Wiggle.
Thank you, Mr. Fourie. Chair, through you, I'll answer some of the questions and Mr. Wiggle will answer a few of them. The first question with regards to why GMT does not have interns, it is our intention to look at bringing interns on board. We do, however, have a number of entry-level positions, so drivers and technical assistants at levels 2 and 3. So we have got a number of very low-level posts, which obviates the needs for interns, but we are looking now at bringing interns in for specific projects. One such project, for instance, is us speeding up the replacement of our aging fleet, which also comes into play with some of the other answers, some of the answers to some of the other questions. So we are looking at the option of interns, EPWP as well, to supplement some of the capacity issues that we have in GMT on specific projects. The question on wasteful expenditure, I'll ask Mr. Wiggle just to give the details on that specific case, Mr. Mvimbi, that you raised. And then on page 103 also and 105, the discrepancy between those numbers, Rian has got the answer. The question with regards from Member van der Westhuizen on the EV tariffs, whether the EV tariffs are in place. The EV tariffs are not yet in place. We are busy working on that, looking at both the daily tariff calculation based on the value of the vehicle, and then in lieu of a kilometer tariff that is highly informed by the fuel price, how we calculate the daily tariff or the kilometer tariff for an electric vehicle. That process is in place. At this point in time, we're still wanting to land just the concept of electric vehicles with our clients and putting in place the infrastructure for charging, and also looking at how we are going to pay for charging at private charging station. We have had discussions with the CFO in that regard. I think Rian will also answer with regards to the increase in the revenue only being 11% and the income from kilometers up by 20%. He has got that answer for us. The department's owing us money. I can assure you, Member van der Westhuizen, the Department of Transport and Public Works actually is a good payer. They're our second biggest client, Department of Health being the first. That, of course, that table is a snapshot. So at the end of the financial year, that's exactly a snapshot of how much is owing. Some of that money would have been paid the very next day or the week after. So I can assure you we do have a very good debt management team also in GMT that chases up the clients who have got amounts outstanding. But those two examples that you mentioned, rest assured they are good paying clients. And I'm not just saying that because the CFO is sitting here. With regards to the disposal of vehicles, the number of vehicles that we disposed of did increase substantially. It's not just because of us wanting to benefit from the good second-hand market. That was one reason. But we also improved our systems, our processes, and the technology that we use in the disposing of vehicles. There were paper processes that we've now automated. We've introduced a handheld device to scan the vehicle barcodes, etc. So that is bearing fruit in terms of the number of vehicles that are now going on auction. It does, of course, mean that the number that we divide the total income by is higher, which means that the average price that we get is lower. But also the second-hand market is, as you said, good. And we've been selling a number of older vehicles, but more the smaller vehicles. So that does get slightly lower prices. The idea is we do want to make space for new vehicles that we get in. You mentioned also rightfully that the computer chips are in short supply, which means that we have to wait on vehicles. The OEMs, the original equipment manufacturers, the vehicle manufacturers are struggling to keep up with demand for new vehicles. I'll use one example. We couldn't replace VW GTIs with GTIs because they're simply not available in 2022. They will only be available in the second quarter of 2023. So it's a balancing game that GMT also has to play in terms of vehicles that we sell off space and vehicles that we need to service the client's needs. But that, of course, we do in consultation with our clients. Member August, your question with regards to early warnings on unsafe areas. We are in regular contact with the SAPS. We serve on forums with the SAPS and crime intelligence. So there are early warnings that are communicated to our HOD and through her then to all of the transport officers in each of our client departments. So the day before or a couple of days before, we would be alerted by crime intelligence of potential protest action in an area. If it is service delivery protest, for example, we know from past experience that government vehicles would be targeted, buses would be targeted. We then try to get that message out to client departments, especially ambulances, marked vehicles, traffic vehicles as well that come under fire. So we communicate that to the transport officers to then inform the drivers of the vehicles in their departments to avoid those specific areas. Thank you, Chair. Rian. Chair, I'm going to hand over to Rian to answer the question that I mentioned.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the question of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 199,000, we had incidents where some of our fuel cards, which we offered to our clients as part of our service offering, were cloned. And basically the amount that you see of 199,000 was for fuel expenditure, which was incurred for a period of time. Then on the question of the kilometer tariffs and the discrepancy about the increases in, let's call it the kilometers and the revenue, our kilometer tariff consists of two components. It consists of a fuel component and it consists of a repairs and maintenance component. So basically, if we look at the split for the 21-22 financial year, it was about 68% of that kilometer tariff consists of the fuel, and 32% consists of repairs and maintenance. So what we do on a monthly basis, we actually adjust the tariffs in line with the national directives in terms of the fuel fluctuation. So basically that we recoup. But the 32% that remains for the repairs and maintenance, we only apply that once a year, and the application and basically the adjustment of that rate. So when we look at the actual inflation for repairs and maintenance, let's call it the 32%, it was 8.2% for that financial year. So it was in excess of basically our application and our adjustment. So that's why you would see that would erode that increase in the kilometers. Chairperson, there was also a question on the disposal of vehicles and basically the numbers that we reflect in the report. There was mention about 500 vehicles and 513 vehicles. So basically on page 6, the 500 vehicles that you see there is actual vehicles, but the number that we reflect on page number 15, numbered page 15 of the 513, that refers to lots sold. So basically that it would include load bodies and non-vehicle items as well that we disposed during the auction. So that's the reason for that discrepancy. Thank you.
That covers everything. Thank you very much. We now give the opportunity for members of the public to make input. Introduce yourself, and we'll 5 minutes maximum to make input. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mlanda Limbiko. I'm from the Nyanga Tourist Platform. The first question has already been answered, Mr. Chair, because the last time I was here, I think it was in 2018. So I don't want to be seen as if I'm not fair. These are things, the new administration, but the people I'm looking for are still in this department. So they have received a correspondence informing me that they'll be meeting me on the 9th. So I'm going to compile a diagnostic report after the 9th. That question has already been answered. The second question, we've got a problem here in Nyanga. It's about the Nyanga taxi public transport interchange. I've heard here you talking about Santago. I never heard anyone talking about Kata, because we see Kata doing things in our areas. I want to understand if in your database that you have these tax associations, do you have these organizations, the SAGs, the CATA, all organizations? Why is it always Santago? The problem is not going to end if there's no inclusive. I just hear the MEC talking about inclusive approach to the transport integrated financing strategy. If you talk about inclusiveness, you talk about everybody, including community-based organizations. How many community-based organizations are in your database? That is one of the questions that's supposed to be answered. The problem at the Nyanga public transport interchange is not only the taxi violence, it's the public participation process that is undertaken by the city of Cape Town. It's flawed in its favorism and is involving politics too much and this tendering business. I heard here there's one case of fraud. We're seeing fraud on a daily basis in our roads. I'm not blaming the law enforcement, but I'm blaming the department, the city of Cape Town and this department, because they've got the policies, they've got everything, they've got the funds, they've got everything. It's a matter of contacting the right person and coming with the strategy that's going to be working to be effective. That is the second question. I want to know which organization, which taxi association are in your database. The third question is about SAB. I live in an area which is known as Steeper Safe Tavernas Pilot Area. We've got only 3 tavernas. We had a program in 2014 known as Steep Tavernas Intervention Program. That program we made in presentation to VPUU and MURP. We never saw them. Today we hear there's a Hamza reduction program. We want to understand who is responsible with the partnership with the community-based organization within the department. For instance, there's SAB. SAB must be part of the solution instead of being part of the problem. If you can meet somebody who's dealing within this department, who's dealing with SAB, we want to be part of that process. So it is today, I mean, the government is new, and I don't want to be seen unfair. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First Deputy President.
I already greeted everyone. I introduced myself that I'm the first deputy of the province of Santaco. I just have a few comments on what has been raised already. One is pertaining the issue of safety on our roads. There's a program that we only introduce in Easter weekend and only in December, which is called Klokomela. I think we really need to revisit that and try to implement it throughout the year. Recently, we had visitors from KwaZulu-Natal, whereby they presented to us as the province of KwaZulu-Natal as to how they implement that. And we saw it very effective in assisting on the road safety and working hand in hand with the law enforcement on the road. So that is what we want to suggest. Two is the question of scholar transport. I think sometime in March, if I'm not mistaken, there was a bit of a challenge from the community whereby buses were stopped, and we arranged a meeting with the Department of Education, particularly in the Western Cape. We were promised with so many meetings that we are going to engage in trying to see how scholar transport tender can be flooded to the taxi industry. But that did not happen. So we also want to appeal to the department to please look at that so that Santaco can be involved in that in order to avoid violence that can happen, because we are always here at Santaco to avoid violence. also on the issue of SRPs versus ITP, you know, on the new areas that are developing, particularly the work areas, we would like Mr. Emmett to consider issuing special operating licenses so that the vans, because it's our people that are working in those areas, we cannot run away from that. And as soon as there is a development, it means that people from the communities should be transported in those areas. But then the problem that we are facing with the Western Cape, I don't want to say government, is that instead of assisting, but the law enforcement will be sent in that particular area, you know, arresting the drivers and impounding the vans that are assisting the community, you know, who are working in that developed area. But if people can be issued at least with special operating licenses, that can ease up things. Then lastly, on the issue of Blue Dot, you know, this is very sensitive, and I want us now in this house to not take it lightly, what I'm going to say. When Blue Dot was introduced, it was communicated to all the regions that it will be a pilot project for this number of vans, which is 880. And that if the project is good or is found good at the end, and when the evaluation has been done, then the project will be expanded to a larger group of taxi owners. And then it's only certain associations that were then selected to participate in the program. Other people who did not participate, with the hope that when the project or the pilot project comes to an end, then it will be expanded to them. Meaning that there are people who already benefited for about a year, if I'm not mistaken. And now that it has been announced that the Blue Dot program comes to an end, I don't want to lie, it's not, the people, in fact, let me say, are not taking it easy out there. And we find ourselves now as the people who are leading in a tight position and or not at easy position. And that includes Santaco, Western Cape, and that includes also the executive of these regions. It's not nice. It's not nice at all. So I want us to really consider that, because at the end of the day, one person's life is threatened one way or another. That is not what we can run away from. And I wanted to speak about that clearly in this house. So we really need to consider this. In those associations, maybe one person who had 4 vans, let me make an example about that, getting the money from Blue Dot. And the other person now was saying, what about those who have benefited already? And we are not going to benefit. Yet at the beginning of the program, we were promised to benefit. So that is a comment I'm having, and it's very serious, really. Yeah, those are the comments that I have. Thank you.
I just want to make it clear that you say the person's life is threatened or the livelihood? Are you meaning the livelihood?
Yes, Chair, sorry.
You mean the livelihood is threatened, not their lives?
Their livelihood, yes.
Yes, okay,
yes.
I'm sure that's clear up. Mr. Mitchell?
Chair, let me start, and where I can't, I'll pass the ball. I hate doing that, but let me try. With regards to why the department engaged Santaco, Santaco is the elected leadership of the minibus taxi industry, and they are representatives of all associations. So as the department, and I'm not saying we don't engage associations directly, because I do, I personally do. But when there's a structured engagement, or I try as far from a departmental and from a ministerial perspective that we engage the elected leadership, that the association and members of those associations have elected them to lead. So that's the reason why that happens. All PTIs, or the structure and infrastructure of PTIs, is the responsibility of local government. So that's the municipality. They are responsible for the infrastructure and structure of the, like we commonly refer to it, the taxi rank. The provincial government is the regulator when it comes to the actual lanes within those taxi ranks and what happens from a regulatory perspective. Then with regards to the scholar transport, I'm not even going to speak on behalf of education. I'm not going to venture in there, but if there's any one of my colleagues that would like to speak to that, Deirdre, can I pass the ball? And then I think I've made my view on Blue Dot clear, so I don't want to rehash that. Thank you, Chair.
Just very quickly, Chairperson, we've had a few engagements with the Education Department around possible alternative approaches to the learner transport subsidy scheme. It's now with them for consideration. So we're also waiting to hear back from them.
Yeah, can I continue with the Shlokomela project? Yes. So with regards to the project, I mean, we open to consideration, and I think we just need to set up a meeting and explore that a little bit more. I mean, the decisions are going to be made here, but we open to that suggestion. And then, Yasira, you're going to speak about OLs of the new operating licenses, areas, special operating licenses.
Chair, thank you, DDG. Chair, through you. The model that we've applied now at the City of Cape Town for the special regulatory process is one that we would look for where there are such new developments. Ultimately, though, Chair, when a new development is planned, there is supposed to be a transport impact assessment and a transportation impact assessment that is done with every development. If that was not done, then we have to address it seriously with the city and any other municipality where that requirement is not fulfilled.
Can I just ask on that, what is the process? I understand it needs to be done with the city, but in terms of coordinating with you, because I mean, we see developments go up all the time, and then it's after that you see, oh, suddenly there's a taxis operating. How do one, and we hate regulations, we hate new red tape, we're trying to cut red tape as much as we can. How do one ensure, to avoid some of the issues we're facing now that becomes your problem afterwards, how do one ensure that gets to you before the development opens, for example, so that all stakeholders know what's coming there? Because I think that is the crux of part of the problems that we're facing with.
Chair, if I may, it's, I think, something that we as a department will have to re-emphasize at the IPC, Integrated Planning Committee, with the city, supported, of course, by the taxi industry and other public transport operators, in whose interest it is that the city, in fact, fulfills that mandate of theirs.
Thank you very much. And sorry,
can I just add to that? It's not only that problem. It's not only a problem with new developments, and slightly off the topic, but on the topic. Golden Arrow is going to have to reduce their kilometers because we don't have enough money by 5 million kilometers in this year still. We have to reduce 5 million kilometers, potentially rising to 9 million kilometers in next year. There's going to be a massive void. That void is potentially going to be filled by the minibus taxi industry, but there is a massive void. Now the question is do we then, how are we proactive with regards to this? Do we go and do an assessment? And this is part of the rationalization when you asked about where the funding went in the previous thing. That's part of the process, doing a rationalization, understanding the gap in the market, and potentially having to give operating licenses to the taxi industry as a result of that gap, to fill that gap.
Actually a massive opportunity now, right? So I'll leave that in your capable hands. So thank you, ministers, and the departments and my colleagues who are here today. And yeah, looking forward to the next financial year. The last financial year has been tough. And it's the disappointment what's happening with Blue Dot, but like you said, you'll find the money. I'll leave it up to your capable hands. We'll vote for it when it comes to the budget vote. But yeah, can I have some closing remarks from our ministers, and then we'll close your participation after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, to you and the committee, thank you very much for a robust engagement, like it always is. And then to the team, I think this will be the last time that we will account for an annual report in this format, so it will be remiss of me not to acknowledge every single member of Transport and Public Works for their commitment, their support under the leadership of HOD Gooch for the year under review. Thank you very, very much, and it's not gaan nie ongesiens verby nie. Can I have it minuted in Afrikaans? But thank you very, very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Minister Smith.
Chair, I've been adequately covered by my colleague, but once again, I opened up saying, sometimes we think we are in the valley of despair, but from that valley we can hew out hope. And the hope here is locked in innovation and partnership, which I believe is the key where we are heading as a provincial government. But from my side, I'd also like to thank the entire team. As Minister Mitchell said, this is the last time that it will be done in this format. And from my side as well, to congratulate them once again on a 10th consecutive clean audit. It takes hard work, teamwork, but it also takes innovative and future thinking to get that done. And the same thought will now be applied to mobility and to infrastructure moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And to all our stakeholders and Taco, Mr. Mpila, seeing you for many years coming to all our public hearings, the most consistent public participant that I think the country has. Thank you for always coming to raise your issues. And the ministers and your teams, you are now excused, and my colleagues will finish our participation in this. Thank you. And there is lunch as well, and we'll see you in Scopa this afternoon. Yeah, half past. It's half past. Scopa chair? It's half past, ne? 2 o'clock. You didn't do the Auditor General first. Take only half tertius. You guys is half past 2. Yeah. Colleagues, thank you very much. Can we ask our Department of Public Works, thank you. Can you move out orderly? Still a legal meeting of Parliament. Colleagues, thank you very much, and thank you for your kindness and your cooperation for us to move through the two entities. I know it's not easy, so I really, really do appreciate it. Some of the resolutions from your side, if you want to make any recommendations and requests for reports, I've noted down some of mine, but I'll give you an opportunity to raise yours, and then I can just add to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that we get a report on the cases of irregular expenditure. How was it identified? If you can't identify it when the tender is awarded, how come you identify afterwards that this person is working in another sphere of government? Perhaps if we could, what were the goods procured, or goods or services procured? Secondly, how was it discovered that these were irregular? And if perhaps we can have in writing how to avoid, or how will they avoid the reoccurrence of this?
Well, that as well. Thank you. At 500,000 and 2,000.
All cases. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Chair Scopa.
If we can just have maybe I don't want to say a comprehensive report, just say some report on the Safely Home project as to maybe presentation, where its background, where it is, its milestone, and where it's going. And obviously, I don't know whether will you, chairperson, as maybe as the committee, you initiate a committee meeting or committee discussion on Blue Dot. I don't know. That's something I'm just thinking.
No.
You normally good at those. That's why I will maybe say
I agree
the
with
committee
that. I think we will
initiate.
call a discussion. It's in the public domain. The members have said it was cancelled. They confirmed it in writing. But I do think we'll need a presentation on the future of Blue Dot. So we'll put it on the committee agenda, and also on that safety home campaign, a presentation on it as well. Thank you.
The last one, maybe, Chair.
Of course
you see, the issue of the integrated transport plan. I know that it's something that municipality should do. When I was a councillor, but most municipalities like to overlook it or ignore it. Maybe, I don't know what is the department's role. What role can the department role in making sure that, because we'll find out the reason there are a lot of these illegal operating routes is because of if municipalities can have those, maybe, I don't know what will be the role of the department on municipalities to establish integrated transport plan. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Makamba.
Chair, thank you very much. My input or request is pertaining to the issue of the employment equity. They've made mention of a 5-year plan that they have in place that has kicked off this year. So can we be presented with that copy of that 5-year plan coupled with the labor force survey that they have? And then also with regards to that, I wanted to find out if they've got a succession plan to address the issue of equity. So if they do have, can they please supply us or share with us to address the issue? Because the guy there who was responding made mention the issue of the challenge that they are unable to chase out the people that are already incumbents on those positions. Hence, they are not able to respond to the question of equity on top management, because there's already people that are there. So they can't just chase people out of that of their positions. So what plans do they have? Do they have a succession plan to make sure when that particular person leaves, then there's a next person who will be able to occupy that position, addressing the issue of the equity?
Can I also add to what Member Makamba was saying? There's the skills transfer, because they did indicate a lot of people are retiring or reach senior age. How do we keep shade? How do we ensure skills transfer, whether documented or it'll be part of it? They can just assist us with that. Yeah, and then before Member Contlow's hand was up first before we go to Member of the West Station again. Member Contlow.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think in the space around the infrastructure, actually one is interested to check whether is there a report in the province, particularly by this infrastructure department, around the notion of these construction mafias, if they could share such a report and the extent to which our province is affected by that, including any criminal syndicates with what they're mentioning in the fraud space around driving licenses and all of that. And then my last one, Chair, I think is linked to what Honorable Mvimbi was saying about the integrated transport plan. I would love maybe for us to invite the department and perhaps even if we sample one, let's say the city and maybe George municipality, to discuss about the whole notion of transport planning, because part of what I think is a standard or is an observation that we've all been seeing in our provinces in migration, which impacts on population growth. And therefore, if our planning and regulatory ecosystem is going to be tailing behind, you are inevitably going to have an increase of illegality. So in a way, you'd be promoting informality, because the truth of the matter is that you can't expect people to walk. You know, if a Danone area is there and there's a new area in Sunningdale where there is a demand for labor, and as labor moves to those areas, because we are still, our regulatory system is not responsive to that, or the planning, the research process is taking the next 3 years, you know, such routes have not been confirmed. You know, how do you ensure agility? So I'm interested, Chair, not just asking for to look at a transport plan and the technical process of how it's happening. It's just to really have a discussion with these officials about how are we as the province dealing with this notion of increasing numbers of population and the demands, particularly in terms of transport mobility is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member August.
Chairperson, I've asked a question about the Go George My City, and they responded that Blue Dot was one of the other options, but there's a few options that they're referring to. Is there a possibility we could get a workshop or a conversation on the table with regards to that specific few options that there is, and what the infrastructure department would do in assisting with putting infrastructure in specific municipalities, etc., and what are their rollout plans? Thank you. Not just George, throughout the province, like I said to them, Drakenstein is a major hub, Saldanha is a major hub, etc. So if they do have those towns in the scope, what are their plans and what kind of programs would they want to roll out? Then it's also, secondly, I think the portfolio should perhaps from our side also wish the staff well that's going to be working during this festive season, understanding that the traffic department has a lot of work during this time of the year. Wishing them well for the festive season, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll certainly do that. Member van der Westhuizen.
I would like to have some more detail regarding the claim that the department has submitted to PRASA Transnet. It's in the order of 51 million rand. For what, you know, what's the claim? But secondly, what efforts have been undertaken to try and recover that money? And secondly, what are the options, if they've run out of options, to ask other entities like Provincial Treasury or so, also to engage with the Minister of Transport, National Minister of Transport, in order to recover that money for this province. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so the report can full detailed report based on that. I also wanted so that covered. Colleague, again, let me reiterate, thank you very much for this morning. I really appreciate it. Otherwise, we will have to come back this afternoon. So, and it's been a long session. We'll send out these draft resolutions for you in case there's anything that you've missed. And then we'll take it from there. I appreciate the input, appreciate the support during the committee meeting, and this meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you, my colleagues online. You can eat lunch at home. We'll eat lunch in the chamber.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.